welcome. It's day 2 here at the Samsung SDD Dreamhack Invitational at College Val Hub and in ECC. My name is Vincent. Over there is the beautiful Crow, and we are ready to bring you all the action today. Crow, get a good night's sleep. You ready for more College Valorant?
Yeah, I'm ready to get into it. Absolutely.
Let's do it.
Well rested, well adjusted. My throat, we're going to make it. We got 2 series today, luckily. Not doing the whole 4.
On easy mode.
Yeah.
Compared to yesterday,
Exactly.
a lot of Valorant happened then.
Yeah, a lot of spicy Valorant, especially towards the end. If y'all tuned out towards the latter half of the day, I'm sorry, y'all missed an amazing show. But we're gonna try and do that one, do it bigger and better.
Yeah.
Right, coming up, first series, Northwood versus Mizzou.
That we do. Before we get into the weeds, into the action, let's do a quick recap, a quick conversation about what happened yesterday. Because, like we mentioned, lots of things going down. Just kind of looking through the bracket. Obviously, Northwood 2-1 over Converse. That happened. SJSU, the big surprise, dominating Fisher White. They 13-0'd them in the second map. And then beyond that, SJSU continuing to find domination. They beat Northwood with Drakus. We've got to keep that in mind.
Asterisk.
Yeah, a little bit. But they're in those upper finals as well that we'll be heading towards later today. On the lower side of the bracket, Mizzou came in, didn't look great. They got rocked and rolled by Blinn. Then comeback trail, Texas A&M. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to them and to Converse as they fell in the lower bracket. Now, here's what today's schedule looks like. Northwood up against Mizzou. A tale as old as time. I know it's not technically a rivalry game, maybe, or maybe it is, but in the esports space, in the Valorant space, this is absolutely a rivalry that's been years in the making. So many head-to-heads because they're in the same region and consistently putting on a great show, whether it be in CVAL or any other tournament or league, they're always right next to each other.
Yeah, literally, it's almost the Goku Vegeta storyline at this point. It's almost like because they're so familiar with each other, because of how many times they've gone at it in bracket, at multiple tournaments, in multiple conferences. So, theoretically, there should be no surprises going into it. But we have seen some surprises already this weekend, and I would not be surprised for more surprises.
Indeed, and I'm actually, I know I just got done hyping up this Northwood Mizzou match, but SJSU up against Fisher Navy.
Oh, God.
If these first couple of games for SJSU weren't a proving ground for them, then Fisher Navy absolutely will be. That's the Fisher team, unlike Fisher White, that was struggling a little bit. They've looked pretty darn good. 2-1 over Blinn yesterday. So, with that being said, let's jump into the veto with Mizzou and Northwood. You and I were talking about it a little bit. Bind banned away. This is not the normal ban necessarily for Mizzou, but Northwood are a good bind team, and Mizzou got murdered. Absolutely destroyed yesterday.
That's one way to put it, for sure. Absolutely. Oh my God, it was quite the shellacking that they took on the map. So want to make sure they get that out. Don't want to try and run that back over. Sunset ban. That's just Northwood. No data on that, or no experience competitively at least on the map. They don't want to have to deal with that. With Mizzou quick picking on Haven. We saw them a lot on Haven yesterday.
Yeah, it's Mizzou's bread and butter. It has been for a long time.
Brilliant performances.
I alluded to, back when Northwood, they're still not quite dynastic anymore, but there was a couple of years really, but certainly a full year of the Northwood show being the only show in town with regard to collegiate Valorant, and the only time that they were ever pushed to the limit was on Haven by Mizzou. And a lot of these times, the first losses that Northwood had on that map were to Mizzou on there. So with that being said, bringing this to Breeze makes a ton of sense for this Northwood squad. To be honest, Mizzou, not a lot of Breeze played in these last couple of months. They've only played it twice that I could find, and it was about a 50-50.
About 50-50, yeah.
So I know we didn't talk about our decider. I think the reason I don't mention that is there's a world where Northwood comes out and just wins this 2-0. There's also a world where Mizzou do the same thing.
Yeah, that's the most interesting about it, right? I wouldn't be surprised if we got to a game 3 map 3 with his teams, but it does look like a 2-0 angle, right? Like, if they're coming well rested on the top of their form, on the top of the game because of the familiarity with each other, and also, with Northwood, different roster going into the slight.
Yeah, they played a lot with Drakeus,
right?
But it's not their A. I mean, it is their A team, but it's not their best look,
Right.
and that's. I mean, I keep saying it. No disrespect to Drakeus, it's just when you're missing out on somebody like Dip, it's a big deal.
Yeah, the stats they're just there. Like, yes, Drakeus was really good yesterday as well. Put up some numbers themselves, but like going into this, like that does always weigh at the back of their mind. Can Mizzou catch Northwood slipping here? Back on Haven. They are very familiar with this map, as we have said, and if you were watching yesterday, you saw some crazy stuff happen here. We're looking to replicate that success in map number 1. We're getting into it. Vincent and Beautiful on the cast. I'm so excited.
Some of Northwood's only losses on Haven this season are to Mizzou and to Lynn. And that was, with their full roster, I believe, at least with regard to the Mizzou game, because that happened in the CVL upper bracket final just a couple of weeks ago. Second, fourth positioning, and fast plays on the pistol round. They're getting overrun. Our Mizzou. Fantastic work as the push forward through mid works brilliantly for the Northwood side.
Okay, off to a rocket start, Mizzou. Gonna win the pistol. No pistol curse today. That's what they say.
No, Northwood picking up the pistol. We got things flipped a little bit.
A little bit flipped. Bamboozled. Cat, this is all your fault.
Cat actually frantically trying his very best.
Being literally held hostage here. They are getting into the next round. Fast and Furious opening on the pistol by Northwood.
Let's see what they have on offer here in the second round. I mean, not a full buy-up or anything like that, but sticking together. Mizzou playing forward and in towards Garage, where they're going to meet a bunch of utility, get Paranoid, and beyond that, Aftershock to cut them off, splitting the distance and making it difficult to trade frag as multiple players will go down. Northwood standing tall and unsurprising in the flawless second round.
Okay. Off to a very good start. Nice little flawless 2-0 to get into it. The Zoo got to warm up, wake up, get ready. I don't know if they didn't have their coffee. I don't even know if they drink coffee, to be honest. Right there. Lost their energy to be going around, though. Okay.
That's true. there has been, I've seen many.
Just gotta get
many energies.
Quick little shotgun real quick. Just down it all. Get that Popeye spinach level energy back in. They need to wake up. We always say Mizzou, very momentum-based team. A lot of swinging back and forth, rounds traded in their maps yesterday. Need to get that first step into that avenue so they can take their map pick.
And, well, getting started strong, those opening picks going their way, the aggression from Northwood out mid, getting punished, and though Ollie has done well to pick up not just one, but a second kill, and Drakeus pushing forward. That Paranoia supporting Drakeus brilliantly, leaves Comp all on his lonesome. Mizzou started out with a 5-on-3, and now they're a 1-on-2.
Okay, they have to calm it down, they have to slow it up. All on Conk to get it done. I want to say he heard the audio cue. Yes, spins around, takes one frag, but to his left is a lot of danger. It's a very, very scary man by the name of Ali. Play a little ring around the Rosian spawn. Try to make it happen from downrange, but the shot is not good enough. Northwood with 3 now.
What a round from Northwood. I mean, let's just break that down, moment by moment for a second. We saw quick and aggressive strategy, just like the pistol round. Northwood collapse onto grass and find that space to try and take the early gunfights. Those all fail. 2 players down in the first 15 seconds never is a good look. But meanwhile, Northwood are walking up, not even walking, really sprinting up a long, taking a fight, and Ollie providing the support for Drakeus on the C swing. They literally pushed everywhere on the map, and it worked.
It literally just works. And I have to, my heart bleeds for Conk there at the end, because that was a perfect setup for a 2v2 clutch for Mizzou. Unfortunately, not going to happen, but that does, signify, like, hey, they may have caught me off guard that one time, that real quick moment, but that's not going to be indicative of how this is going. But they really do need to get some rounds in their pocket here because, you know, going 5 down, 4 down is scary to have to catch up to. It's scary to, you know, cover that distance, make up that ground, especially on, you know, this map number 1, your map pick that you feel confident on doing.
I mean, I also think it's important to appreciate Mizzou taking such an early timeout. This is not a time that a lot of teams would be taking some stock and taking a moment to talk. I think it's because of the manner in which they had the advantage and then lost it. That's part of the reason why they needed to take a moment and talk things over. Just figure out how things went so very wrong late to that one.
Okay, Logan holding down that A. Let's go for frag. We'll get a lot of info off of this. They're going to hunt down their prey. Northwood pushing in. Ponder will get a return frag, though. Dropping some life bars on Northwood. Deciding to pull back. A side a little too scary, a little too dangerous to keep going. NG on the C side, very, very low. And Zayla, sheriff in hand, bringing down the law. How long can Benji survive in this? He's walking out to a good situation, manages to at least get the trade before he falls.
Yeah, Ali didn't get the memo that it was an evacuation called. Logan, must-win fight right there versus Conk, and Conk looking the wrong direction. Now Drakius can start to layer in this utility, the recon bolt, the shock darts, etc. So the fight, long and drawn out as it is. Zayla coming away victorious. The Jet, the Jet. As Logan dashes forward, trying to catch him off guard. Zayla will not be felled. Mizzou on a thrifty type of round, come away with it.
Scratching, and clawing, barely, just barely. Once again, a really, really close round for Mizzou. This time, however, they do clutch it up and they do get the victory. Man, that was very close. Too close for comfort if you are Mizzou. That timeout, maybe to wake them up, maybe to get them started, revving them engines. Now look at the economy. This is a heavy, heavy buy for Northwood just to stay up, rifles to rifles, going into this next round.
They put it all on the pitch here with regard to that money. Investing just about everything. Logan waiting on the recon bolt. He's going to get call over. This is a strategy you're going to see that Northwood employ very often in trying to get some Stewart's control, putting Logan into that position. They don't find anything off the back of it this time out, though. And Mizzou have already changed up the way they're approaching this. So much more defaulted than they were in the first couple of rounds because of the aggression that Northwood are putting in.
Oh, wow. Ponder gets one. Not going to be able to go for the 2 that he wanted, but yeah. They're changing their approach on
Love
how
that
they want
angle.
these. Perfect angle here from Darkest. Oh, wow.
This is the power of Darkest. You know, often talked about, one of the biggest linchpins for this Northwood team, you know, once Verbs are gone, but I mean, Darkest was always in that position. It's that type of play where he's in an, I'm going to call it an off angle, even though a lot of people play it, but a very tight angle where he can just serve up a headshot, immediately knock somebody down, and then pump in the aftershock to cut off reinforcements and allow the likes of Logan to get back onto the site and provide support later on. It's those types of plays that put him above the rest.
Absolutely. Conk will get a good answer back. Can they fix it? But the spike is in no man's land. Managing to trade it, though. Conk has to pull another rabbit out of the hat. He has to be able to clutch this up. Spike is in his sights. He manages to get it, but now he might be stuck in the corner. Looks up. He does confirm the frag. 1v1. Not enough time. He can't get it down through the box. No time on his side. All a bad situation. That's 2 rounds Mizzou have lost. Conk unable to carry them over the finish line on that one.
As soon as Mizzou finds some space, Northwood pump the brakes and find a little bit better work of their own. That was one of those last gasp type of buys. Their economy still not great considering it went down to a 1v1, but Mizzou now in a similar but not quite as bad position. Good news for Logan, got the Blade Storm ready to go.
Right. He does have the Blade Storm ready to go, but Mizzou, offensive lockdown, Hunter's Fury ready. They can cause a ruckus here in this round. Vinci on the side, C side with the judge. Staying hidden in the smokes. Dodging around the best they can. Oh my God. Ali, though, gets a nice 3K to shut down the offensive maneuvers from Mizzou. That's going to make everything absolutely abysmal for them. Northwood claim another one.
A bit one-dimensional. Mizzou trying to make their way forward up towards C. They had been spreading out, and understandably so. I think that was the right adjustment. This time, attempting to maybe catch Northwood off guard by going for something more aggressive. Unfortunately, the quick rotation and Ollie just chilling in the corner there, back of C's side on the left-hand side. It's such a power position, especially when you have Darkest plus a Hunter Siri and all of the pressure applied by Ollie on that judge. Or sorry, not Ollie. Who was it who had the judge?
It was who was on the judge actually?
I have no idea.
It was
Anybody.
Yeah.
Somebody had a judge.
Somebody had a judge.
They're playing the close range angle, close right.
Was Benji? I think it was Benji.
Could have been. Indeed. Mizzou back to their normal business. This is what they found some success with. Even when they didn't win rounds, it was much more effective. Got them into the late round, though with a Blade Storm and pistols, their effectiveness may be cut somewhat.
Ooh. You got Cena. Right. Yeah, I think
Yeah, a little info.
Zayla opting to challenge and jumping onto the site. They're both blinded, but he can't confirm any kills. Logan will actually get both of those credits. Hawk is here with the Sheriff. They have to make moves. They have to make this happen. It's down to a 2v2. All on the A side through the smoke. Benji with the Phantom cleans it up for a dirty double. Ooh, yeah, he's feeling himself now.
This is a terrifying version of Northwood. And, you know, it's silly because this is a Mizzou team we know is so strong on Haven. This scoreline doesn't suggest that that is so, but I guarantee you, it certainly is.
Okay, they're down by 5. They can potentially take every single round after this, tied up to 6.5. True. Best case scenario. It's getting even just 2 or 3 rounds before the half is over.
Logan just on a interesting shorty. We are in a tech pause, so maybe Logan couldn't quite get where he was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Mizzou needing to wake up, but I think, if anything, Northwood, peak performance, woken up, they're full, they're ready, charged up, showing their fangs. And it's actually just scary. Like, we talk about Rip Benji holding down these angles on the sides, being such a good anchor in that regard. And Darkest on the open is causing so much trouble for this Mizzou squad.
Logan getting away after taking a shot, missing the mark, and a little fall back. That's needing to be punished. Mizzou, understandable that they're playing a bit more passive because of how aggressive Northwood. They set the tone so early. Think about that pistol round. Think about the first gun round. Every single time, Northwood were just down their throats in their spawn at 10, 30 seconds into the round. And now Mizzou have to respect that. They know that that's been set by Northwood, and if they don't, they can immediately get caught out.
Every single time, Mizzou is playing into Northwood's tempo. And although a majority of these rounds have come down to 1v1s or 2v2s, Mizzou are just not able to get that counterpunch off. As now, Northwood will go down the lockdown, forcing Mizzou to back up off the site. They had that forward momentum, that forward pressure, and they aren't able to do anything for it. Now, Drake is actually going to let rip the Hunter's Fury, try to catch anybody out.
No, what this does is it clears out the right-hand angle there at long. Gets the confirmation, and they've had to put up the dark cover just for that reason.
Yeah, there's no time to stop. Benji on the defuse. It's all but done. Formality. They can't get a single shot in. And Northwood are going to get a crazy good defensive angle and pop Drake off at the end of it, Drakeus. I'm sorry I ever said anything bad about you. You were a beautiful angel boy.
I have never seen such an easy, simple cleanup there at the end of a round. The round was over.
Round was
Drake is
over.
not done yet.
He said, I need a little bit more money.
I mean, listen, I know there was a lot more to talk about there, but I just have to call out Darkest. The way that he deals with that Rolling Thunder, hits the fault line. I think that catches like three players, then double flashpoint in order to get back and retreat for the Rolling Thunder to have less and no effectiveness. Beautiful.
Absolutely insane. Something Logan immediately out of the gates. Op in hand. Drops one, but the full force of Mizzou rolling together as a 4 unit. Jumping in on the A side. They want to get this spike down and reclaim the area. Down by 6. They need to start winning rounds. They need to start winning these gunfights decisively. They will be able to get to the plants, but Darkest, Rolling Thunder, just as the spike goes down and manages to take out Kong on the side. Piggy falls as well as all of the Panda. He cannot get it done.
It's so hard to beat a Northwood that are currently at this level when they're performing like this. And even, we just talked about the question marks around the squad coming in without Dip, their in-game leader, and not having, that firepower. Drakius has absolutely been playing lights out throughout this map. Northwood down here in the lowers, remember, they're playing for their tournament life.
Yes.
Mizzou in the same boat, and this is their map.
Yeah. And normally you wouldn't even think Northwood to be here in this position.
Northwood lowers? What is that?
Right. But here they are having to force their way back through this lower run. Mizzou held on yesterday. Did not look too great in their showings. Now they're struggling here on the pick that they were so confident in to bring them to victory. They're down by 7 here on this attack half for them.
Darkest being such a gremlin there in sewers, just making it so difficult for Mizzou to take the space a day that they want to. They're dealing with a fault line, then they're dealing with a flashpoint, and it's, you could look at it and see, is that a waste of utility? Absolutely not. It denies that space and allows this long push to get activated, and it pulls the attention away from that area.
Now Darkest hunting and holding angles, being the gatekeeper of A sites. Kong will get caught. Manages to slip away just a little bit, but as the cover goes down, Darkest, 1 shot, 1 kill confirmed. Taking off the members of Mizzou.
That's a nasty owl drone, by the way. You don't want to give a chance for somebody to take a shot at it and go up and over. Get the information. Ponder, though, hitting shots. The Guardian, some lights out play with that weapon already today. As Panda cuts this down to a 3-on-3. Best scenario for Mizzou in a while.
Absolutely. They can get it done. Once you hold this, shoot first, ask questions later. He sees the elbow, but doesn't get it done. Logan manages to get away. Darkest wrapped all the way around.
Time is expiring.
Killed, yeah. 10 seconds left. Ollie's gonna clean it up. It's all up to Panda just to get something happening. Get the spike down. Try to regain position.
Oh
my God! He didn't finish it. He didn't finish it. Oh no! Mechanical blunder from Panda.
The swap at the last moment. We've all been there, but at the worst of times. I mean, it's a 1v3, but Mizzou, they would have loved the chance to find victory. Instead, they're not even given that small bit of favor.
Soul-crushing mechanical misplays here for Mizzou on the first map.
My head is in my hands.
Literally,
my heart is currently breaking for Mizzou.
I saw Jabali walk by, and he would have loved that play. Complete, absolute chaos going through. Oh man, Mizzou, my heart hurts for you, but it's not non-recoverable unless Ali and Benji have anything to say about it. Holding this angle here.
Okay, so the paranoia doesn't hit Ollie. Ollie's unchecked. Ollie gets away with the first kill. A little bit spicy on that second one, but 2 frags is all that was required as Drakius is still alive on the site.
Oh my God, Drakius brings it down to a 2v2 somehow, some way. Mizzou still living through this. Just have to clutch it up. They will get the plant here. On Logan, 1 off, 1 shot, 1 kill, dash away. Just needs to do it one more time. This powerful player hiding away. Owl drone. Got some info. Location is revealed.
He's got to wait that out. In the meantime, Ponder taking the space and trying to play this off angle. No way he expects this, but he's going to walk around the corner. Ponder delivering in the clutch 1v1. There's Mizzou back again.
Last round
hey,
in the half.
They're able to get one more. Let's see if they can finish it at 9-3. I don't know how curse heavy Northwood are. Mizzou want to get as many as they can going into this next half.
I mean, I don't want to say that Northwood are happy with this scoreline, but they should be.
Yes.
They're going to be looking for this 10-2 half, but regardless of how this goes, already a positive look.
the op recovered there at the end of the round and given to Conk for Mizzou. I want to see what the value they can get out of this.
Oh, look at this. Fast towards the A push there for Northwood. That's left C a little bit open, a little bit empty. And that will be the right call for Mizzou to make their way in. With Darkus getting taken out on the entry. That's what Darkus is so good at, is surviving, and he doesn't do it this time.
Yeah, Darkus dropping there is actually really huge for Mizzou to be able to be confident in this push and allow them to continue on until they get the plant and they back off. They still have the Rolling Thunder available for Panda should the defuse even attempt to come out from Northwood. They don't have to guess too crazily. It's a pretty wide ultimate ability, so he's going to go and let it fly, push them all the way back. Now Mizzou have to go forward. They're going for the defuse right now.
Drakey's going to get the half.
Gets it to half, but he gets aggressed on. One left, it's Logan. He will not be able to close it out. Mizzou managed to at least bring it to 3 before the side switch.
Yeah, and let me just zone in on the word you just used, at least. At least.
At least.
I mean, this is a problematic first half for them by every metric you could have. When, Ali is 17-6. You got Logan starting to come back in here. Drake is with some massive pop-off moments. I think that really serves to show how on this Northwood squad is currently.
Yep. Now we are on Northwood's attack. That's still a very, very scary prospect to have to deal with if you are Mizzou.
Let's get back to my favorite talking point. Mizzou pistol rounds. It's been a struggle.
Has been a struggle. They won their Lotus ones yesterday.
They did.
But they lost every single other one on the
Picked up 2 Lotus pistols and fortunately able to win that one out. Otherwise, they have lost them all.
Still want that graphic. The Mizzou pistol fiasco.
Northwood taking it slow on this attack side. They're pretty grouped up. They've allowed for Mizzou to take some space over at long. You can see the push all the way up there. There is utility set into place, but that's about to be out of range, if not already. As Northwood investigate, evacuate the garage in towards the C site.
Okay, Conk. Good with one, slows it down, but Logan with the wraparound claims his head. It's going to be the plant allowed for Darkest. Northwood on the site. Mizzou are entering. Benji has a great angle if he can stay alive. Cannot. Panda make sure their rear is clear. Now it's all on Darkest in the corner. Can't fight his way out of this one. Will fall. And Mizzou win their first pistol of the day.
Yeah, this is already looking better. I think Mizzou, you mentioned momentum, in Mizzou. I also think that it's important to talk about Mizzou's mental toughness.
Yes.
This is a team that I love to talk about because of how long they've been together and how much experience they have as a squad. There was one change coming into, I think, spring of this year. January of this year. But otherwise, the core of this team been together for years at this point. And one of the longest standing rosters in the Valorant collegiate space. And that's what that does for you is it lets you keep your mentality strong.
The trust you have in your brothers that you've been beside for so long, knowing their habits, good and bad, playing their strengths and weaknesses, it's brought Mizzou this far. They want to go farther, but they have to catch up to Northwood's scoreline right now. 4-9 here going into this next round. Playing it super slow. Zayla will get the first frag. Barely surviving, holding on. Ali just spins around, taps him once, takes it down, but Panda and Conk being able to shore that up, keeping them at a man advantage here. Split between A, B, and C. Now will be Mizzou taking another round.
Not much expected in that one. Ali, the only one to pick up a single frag, nothing further. And Northwood starting to look mortal in this game. I mean, they came out really swinging, and props to them for that. This is where Mizzou getting themselves a pistol win, picking up that second round, and making it look relatively clean. All of these things stacking one onto another to start building Mizzou back up to what we expect from them. And this is what I mean. Mizzou never out of a game.
Interestingly enough, for Mizzou, Ponder only just sticking with that pistol. He's going into it. Piggy's in a great spot with the judge. He's going to let him think he's not here, but he doesn't get any shots off. Absolute disaster moment for Mizzou. Darkest getting the plant. Northwood on C, having their way with it. That would have been so good for Mizzou had that actually gone off successfully. Now they have to scramble to recover this.
Where the hell did that shot even go? Zayla, nice shot, but good work playing the upper-lower angle, ensuring that if you swing one, you swing them both. And Darkest, somewhat blinded, but not blind enough. He sees what's going on. It's Panda with an exit. At least something for Constellation. Northwood back in winning ways. Their first gun round successful.
Okay, so Northwood, first double digits here at the 10 mark, stopping the accruing momentum of Mizzou. It's just so unfortunate how that round started for Mizzou. They looked like they had the game plan all scouted, all planned out, ready to go, but when plan A fails, there was no plan B in place to secure that round back for them when they fumbled it. Now they're coming into this next round, full rifle by, but all light armors. They have to tread even more carefully here. So Northwood are on the assault. Logan goes up in the cover of smoke. Piggy only with 5 HP, staying alive for a hot moment. Can he get any value out of this? No, he will fall. Seaside being Mizzou Esports Kryptonite. Darkness will get the plant down. It's only 2 members of Mizzou versus the 4 strong of Northwood. Zayla on the approach. He is spotted, but he wins the 1v1.
2 still working in this back end. Shock Dart does just a little bit of damage. Benji will deliver, and Northwood have 11. The layering of utility as they approach that C site, so good. We saw on the back of the site, so blind. Literally couldn't see a darn thing for ages. Piggy was gone. And now, Northwood just 2 rounds away from victory in this first one. A Northwood that we saw shaky yesterday, nothing of the like today.
Oh no, they're fully here, ready to make this lower bracket run all the way back. This is the first step. At 11, Zayla just dips right into the full 5. Absolutely dropped on his head. Now Mizzou, back at C, they've not been successful, very successful on this site today. Piggy will try to go for 2, so close, but not quite there.
If only Piggy had something other than that Bulldog, would have been successful. Instead, it's death and loss for Mizzou. A round that Ponder surely could not bring back. HP bar is a little low, but Benji takes him out at the first step of that puzzle. Northwood on map point, and they've got 7 rounds to close it out.
Okay. Mizzou could make the run back. They were in a similar situation yesterday in their series up against Berlin. Got all the way, 1 round away from that overtime. Unfortunately fell there. Potentially could do it here, but it has to start now. And unfortunately, they're going into this round against Northwood, full rifles. Rolling Thunder, TP, Jet Knives, all available in their wheelhouse. Northwood want to close this one out. Mizzou have to be poised and ready. Zayla holding his calm, actually getting the frag. Logan goes up again, has that high box angle in the cover of smoke. Will be trade down. Piggy gets back. Gets traded on again. Zayla unknown, unseen, but will be undone. And it's up to Conk, a 1v2 going in blind. He does have the lockdown available. Should he try to use it here? Potentially to make his chance a little bit easier. He's going to walk in that door frame. He gets a peek of the enemy, but now, how does he proceed? High angle, there's 1 cover. They're stacked on boxes. He's walking surely into a trap. He moves forward, gets 1, cannot get the seconds. That is Northwood taking it 13-5 on map number 1.
And that'll do it. Mizzou's pick as well is going Northwood's way. And this is where I started to get worried for Mizzou. But before we do talk about that, I want to mention, just the consistency of fragging power that we saw from Northwood. Everybody stepping it up. Ollie having a wonderful game. Logan was dominating in a lot of those rounds, in addition to the fact that we saw some big clutch moments. It seemed as if the clutch never going Mizzou's way in so many situations. Northwood always coming out on top.
Yeah, there were multiple rounds where it was left down to Conk, even there at the end, just unable to finish it out. And that's so sad to see, right? Like when it is up to you to clutch out a round, one or two times, okay, but 5 separate rounds where you're the last one alive and you need to clutch it out and you just can't get it done. So that hurts the mental a considerable amount.
Yeah,
but
it does.
There's still another chance for them. Remember, this is their tournament life. This is the lower bracket match we are viewing today. So they have one more chance to bring it to a map 3 and then one more chance to push forward. But now we'll be on the other side of a break. We'll see you guys in a moment for map number 2 here between Northwood and Mizzou. Welcome back, everybody. Back like we never left. It's Beautiful Crow. It's Vincent. We're here at the Samsung SSD Dreamhack Fall Open. It's the main event. We're doing some lower matches right now between Northwood and Mizzou. But we just saw Northwood take a pretty dominant game number one. I mean, yeah, Mizzou got a few rounds on the board, but overall, Northwood looked absolutely terrifying.
And the bigger deal here isn't that Mizzou are down a map. The bigger deal is that they lost their map. A map that historically has been Mizzou's bread and butter against this Northwood team, and in series in best of fives where they lose everything but Haven, they're still finding that success. That is not true today, and a real big issue for a Mizzou team fighting for their tournament life.
Yeah, tournament life on the line here. This is lowers. It's lowers round two. If Mizzou are to lose this map, they will be out of the tournament for the remainder of the weekend. So sorry for the feedback. There's a lot going on here at DreamHack. Kind of a party. Wish y'all were here too. But at least you're watching from your screens, and that makes us very happy as well. Speaking of happy, look at these compositions. I mean, stock standard textbook.
Yeah, to be expected. I mean, we're seeing, consistently Drakeus is essentially just taking whatever role Dip was in and playing that role. Did it very well over on Haven. It is relatively easy because Dip is very much he's not a Sova only player, but that is what I would consider him to be known for. Like, when I think of Dip, I think of his Sova play above anything else, and they're just drag and dropping Drakeus into those spots. With regard to the Mizzou side of things, this is a map that they played a little bit of, but I'll give them a shaky hand, They're okay. They've had some wins, they've had some losses. The thing about Northwood, though, on this map, they're 6-4 on the season. The problem is that includes games like Turtle Troop, which are currently the best team in NA Tier 3 / outside of Challengers. Whatever tier you want to call that, outside of Challengers. I think they lost twice, and then they lost to Fisher White on this map. Now, SJSU, who, by the way, low-key a very good Breeze team, I learned as I was watching them in CVAL, they did push them. It was 14-12 in the SJSU win yesterday, but Northwood edged it out in overtime.
Edged it down. Good record on the map for sure. Need to see how Mizzou can step up to the plate, because if they got slammed on their own map pick. Oh!
Double swing, man. So very powerful.
So effective on the pistol. Mizzou getting routed. Ali hugging this. Oh my goodness, hugging this corner. Could be so terrifying. Gets this right. Yep, that's one. Goes for two. The right click doesn't save him, but it's okay. Darkest is there to back him up. Northwood gonna grab that pistol again.
That they will, and with an early start from Mizzou, getting an early pick, they found some success. It looked pretty good, but that flash drive into the double swing, Darkest really helping out.
I mean, he was just there. That was like textbook perfect timing, Like, you want your homie to be on the flank, not your back, and that was like the best way to do it. So now they're actually gonna get Ali on to the Marshall, buy some small rifles, get some bulldogs out, get them leashes, get them chains, see what they can get done. But Zayla says, bro, you want to play sniping games against me? Got to come better than that. Will take the Marshall duel. And that will allow Mizzou a little bit more freedom.
That fight for the A main area is going to be a big deal in this game, I would imagine. Often can be, but trying to take that space early in order to allow freedom with regard to the other rotations is so important, and Zayla knowing that and watching for it, big punishment. Putting Northwood into a man disadvantage.
Okay. Mizzou really dragging this down, playing it slower. They did get that one frag, but you cannot count Northwood out, even what they got with one less. So now, Mizzou looking for picks to open this up even more, crack the shell on the egg. Nice little trick, just gonna spoon up under there. Shell comes right off. Let's see
Northwood not fooled by that recon bolt.
30 seconds left.
Nor the pressure over there at B.
Darkness got it.
Down A.
Oh my God, Logan with another. Yeah, they see them all. They have it routed. Mizzou may be taking a little too much time to make it work, and it's unraveling at the seams. That's another defender win going the way of Northwood.
Critical recon ball there from Drakius, and in addition to that, Logan on the other side of the second pyramid. It's so imperative that he gets that kill, finds the space over a double door.
Yeah, but taking a bit too much time on their hands was Mizzou. Now coming in, there's 4 rifles, light armors. Gonna do the best that they can. Gonna try and make it work. I mean, the buy from Northwood here, kind of sticking to what they had, just upgrading slightly with one more rifle. So they're not going full committal on the Phantoms and Vandals just yet. They're trying to keep this lead that they have gotten. It's only 2 rounds, sure. They want to grow it. Slow and steady wins the race. Sage-old advice.
Keeping it simple, Mizzou this round, they're just heading out towards A. Flash, a little bit mistimed there. Zayla pushing towards a bit too quickly and gets caught in their own flash. As Drakius, shock dart, catches Panda. This will be a 4-on-4 until Benji jumps right back into the action. We're keeping things even for the most part, and Zayla is a critical part of this defense of the site, but his trade is there, and now Pop has to serve up the 1v2.
Okay, 1v2 now down to a 1v1. He had a lot of pressure put on him in Haven. Benji's going for the defuse. He knows where it is. He has to fire through. The cage is down. There is no line of sight. He has to guess. He has to make their shot, but they get it just too late. 1 second away. The defenders will win. The defuse comes through. 3-0 for Northwood.
Man, I just, it's so difficult to make the read in that situation if you're Conk. I don't even know what the right play on paper is. Obviously, it looks a little silly when you just get away with that full hold on the defuse. But it will make Northwood continue their dominant run of form. Rebuy in, Mizzou, not broke.
Yeah.
But Taylor certainly isn't going to be having a good time, already taken out.
Okay. Northwood down a man. They're going to play slower. Mizzou, rather. Down a man. Northwood want to draw them into deep waters. They want to test their mettle, their mental. These two teams so familiar with each other. Now let's see what happens. Darkest holding down the site. Very, very admirably. But now, like, you can tell Mizzou trying to search for an answer here, trying to get some sort of, foothold to strike back, right? Ponder taking out Darkest is a great first step in that. Just peeks in, gets the frag, dips out, doesn't want to try to hard commit. Calls the team over, though. You see them rotating on the map, running down, trying to get towards that A site. But there are still 2 members of Northwood there, poised and ready to strike.
Yeah, but they're playing further back. They're allowing for this site to be taken, at least initially. Knowledge gain of this situation. Shots being fired. Piggy is putting the pressure on, but Ali gets the better of him. Playing around the boxes. Hard angle to contend with, and caught close to the distance, but he too falls. Mizzou losing players left, right, and center, despite Ponder finding some success. It leaves Panda no HP and no clutch in the car as Mizzou fall. Northwood continue their run.
It's that tempo game again. Once we talk about it, I mean, Northwood are just so comfortable playing at this, slower pace and ready to, pounce and capitalize on any single mistake, any single misplay you make. They're ready for it. I mean, even though Mizzou did get a good pick off there over at A, good job by Panda and by Piggy to, facilitate some of that ability, but it's just the completion of it, finishing out these rounds. Mizzou have been struggling to do so for the majority of this game and the last.
I think that Northwood as well, willing to play that passive angle over at A. No need to take those fights on the site, make Mizzou fight aggressively, and Mizzou made the right play. They knew that they had to take those engagements, but at the end of the day, Northwood were better prepared for them because it was the trap that they set.
Yep. Need some trap defusal kits here for Mizzou.
Drakeus is a Guardian main, it appears.
He's got to be. He's the one selling the Guardian stocks. He's the one converting people to buy that gun early and stick with it into the mid rounds. He's just proficient with it. I mean, very good rate of fire, very steady, accurate gun.
We saw it back on Haven. We saw it just a few moments ago in that last round. Playing the contain game here at mid. The Zoo strategy has been to take control of that area at times. They've been successful, this one of them. But trying to make that success turn into a site take, for example, has been so very difficult.
Say we'll get one. Drakeus gets a lot of info off of the Owl drone. Now this B site will be bolstered by Northwood. Mizzou can be first at the pounce if they play this correctly. Tripwire activated. Now they know they're here. Both cages gone down. Drakeus with the Guardian, proving his mettle, getting one. Vinci tries to go from downrange, but it will be Darkus that claims that. Woo! Northwood are starting to win by more and more each time.
I think that Mizzou needed to take a moment and try and speed up a little quicker when they got control of main and then found Logan as well. Once Logan goes down, that time frame that they can have a very effective take is starting to tick and tick, and the longer they wait, the more trouble that they're in, particularly when you're getting Drakeus with that Owl drone, finding so much additional info at mid. That's where you have to make a move, or you have to just fall back and try and reset.
Yeah, and that's one of Mizzou's biggest faults is they drop Logan out of the sky.
What's Blood doing up there? What's he doing?
I want to say they were blinded, though. Like, that was a great flash, but catches the mark, catches his man. That's going to allow Mizzou to push forward. One of their biggest things they need to break the habit of is whenever they do get a pick, they need to increase the tempo. Don't let off the gas. You can play it smart, play it fast as well, as this looks to be the play on the A site. Hunter's Fury's coming out, but it looks like Drakeus will be the one to claim the kills with his. So Mizzou, what started off is really good for them. It's turning into a very awkward situation. He wants to get his buddy up. He wants to revive him, but it's not going to happen. Bleeding out in front of the homies. Now it's down to a 2v3. Drake has made that so terrible. Now Darkus wants to cap it off. Mizzou can't get anything done.
Such a massive double kill there from Drakeus. You know, you consistently talk about how one of the things with this Northwood roster is their effectiveness in Hunter Series. Dip's fantastic at that. Drakeus showing that he has exactly that in his back pocket as well. Not only denying the null command, but also answering back the opposing Hunter's Fury, making it more and more difficult for them to find their impact. Mizzou still left scoreless after 6 rounds.
6 rounds, and honestly, 3 of those you could argue they should have won, especially the one with the last second defuse. It's just, this is one of the biggest things about them. They have not been able to close out these rounds. Like, their decision making is good, but it comes too late. And that seems to be the story of this Breeze map so far. Now they're down 0-6. A lot of ground to cover.
Getting some input from coaching staff at the moment. Trying to talk over what the biggest problems are. Breeze, a map that I think you can be very effective on the attack side.
For sure.
But they haven't found that effectiveness. The other thing is, notice how Northwood have been so effective and efficient with their ultimate usage.
Yes.
You know, Drakeus in that last round popping the Hunter's Fury, but they've got 4 more on the cards ready to go, and they aren't so easy to use them unless they need them.
Yeah, I want to say the only one I used that last round was the Hunter's Fury.
Yes.
Now they're stocked up, ready to go. Zayla will be suppressed. Northwood daring Mizzou to try to come and step into their net, step into their court.
Northwood a little bit of a different setup, more aggressive, taking this mid control this round than they have been in the past. And Darkus, well, great pinch with the support of Drakeus. There's so much work to be done. Darkus is still under fire. Conk is about to come around the corner, but he still delivers when it matters the most. Mizzou cut to ribbons, and nothing further allowed for them, with the exception of Panda and Ponder, who have a literal army coming right at them, and they're doing well to get those couple of kills. but it's not well enough to win them around.
Got a little messy there towards the end for Northwood. All full collapsing on the two members of Mizzou. Arguably should have cleaned it up immediately, but a really good flash, of course, from Panda, allowing them to trade back, get some money. It's a little bit of headhunting, a little bit of kill money, a little bit of coinage for them. So they will be coming into this with rifles for sure. But, man, yeah, it's just those initial two picks, Drakius and Darkus, coming around that pincer maneuver. You talked about it, that more aggressive position, that more aggressive, like they're on the proactivity, they're on the hunt for the hunters.
And where before Northwood was willing to play contained in mid, to not really take those aggressive fights, they do it that round, and it works out, catching off the Mizzou squad.
Hey, see how Mizzou recoup from this. 7-0. Big old goose egg. Want to get it down. Zayla gets one, trades for two, tries to make it more. Will actually come up positive in that exchange. 25 HP, staying alive. Rest of the team will bolster. Panda on the site, back with them. A side is open. They can get the plant, but how do they play this post plant? 4-2, and I'm still favoring Northwood in this situation.
I mean, it would be a miracle run back here. Logan about to walk into a difficult angle. He's going to get the first shot. Has to rechamber, but Benji has the support, and maybe your favor is worth its weight in gold because Mizzou are falling apart. One more to find. The neural theft will provide some information, but
You're
Logan
kidding me.
so ready, so prepared, and the 2v4 keep Northwood flawless in this map.
What did I say? 2v4, I'm still betting on Northwood, especially when it's Logan and Benji on the flank. He came at the perfect time. Logan was doing all the defensive maneuver, all the gymnastics possible. Man was literally like it was in Wanted, just jumping over everything. Benji comes down, swoops in, don't worry, bro, I got you. Picks up two more, putting Northwood at 8-0. Mizzou, that was your best chance to get around, and you blundered it.
Yeah, I honestly, it's hard to even call it a blunder for Mizzou. I think Northwood deserved the credit there.
They're just better.
Yeah, they did
just better.
incredibly. But we'll see if Northwood continue to stand unstoppable.
Oh my goodness.
Gun rounds plenty for Mizzou to work with now.
Economy in shambles for Mizzou, though.
Well, I mean, they've got the guns. I would say they're okay.
Next round, a little iffy of a buy. They might be going to Walmart here.
Just win the round. It'll be fine.
Just win. Just hashtag just win. Mizzou, you can't win the 4v2. The 5v5 is significantly more difficult. Pull it back. Drakius, Logan, getting down dirty in mid. Drop two immediately. Ponder does not want this to be lost. Will trade more. 2v3.
Look how split they are. Mizzou, they're entirely cut off from each other. You got the lurk attempt going out towards B. Meanwhile, the push up here, and, well, the op doesn't connect, but Ollie certainly does just that, despite not necessarily no position, I don't think. Well, actually, it certainly appears that it is about to be. Not 1v3.
Looks away for a moment as the cage goes down, pops that corner. Should not have Logan. Gonna capitalize and cap that up. 9-0. Mizzou are at the point of no recovery here in this half, and it's just Northwood are literally just playing better. Stat line, absolutely immaculate. Teamwork, on point. We talk about Mizzou being the band of brothers, been together so long, they should know each other's strengths and weaknesses, got each other's back at the back, like every single moment. But it's Northwood multiple times over. You think the member's about to die? Nope, another team member comes by to save the day.
Yeah, massive coordination here, and Northwood can't put a foot wrong. They're walking through this without too much trouble in any situation, it seems. The no command going to be utilized alongside the 0 point. Logan still delivering here on the site. He's going to come back for more. That toxic screen eventually going to have to go down, and Ollie providing support from the pillar. It's everything working brilliantly before Piggy can come to save the day. Up to Conk once again in the 1vx. This time 3, cut to 2.
has to get it done. He has to get it done. Remove the bolt. He has sight of one, but the other, you're looking forward when you need to be aware of everywhere at 360. The routes to finish it off. 10-0 for Northwood.
Head on a swivel. That's what was required and not delivered. Hard to see a Mizzou making this comeback, but you got to give it their best shot. Got to put their best foot forward.
2 rounds potentially for Mizzou to grab before the half. They ended last game at the half of 3, so it's a possibility.
Didn't end all that well for them, though, unfortunately.
Yeah. But the start of a comeback happens with one step.
That it does. One foot in front of the other. Zayla's got a very far up position here. This is where Northwood have pretty consistently tried to just maintain a containment on mid rather than take the fights. Instead, they're going to take the fights at the sites, and Benji, as the toxic screen goes up, finds success.
Oh my god. Okay, I think he will capitalize on one. Ponder drops down Darkest. Benji is there waiting in the lurk. Manages to trade it 1-for-1. Now it's down to a 2v, technically 3. They want to go ahead and try and pop him back up. Drakus has to get this clutch with the Guardian, and he's so good with it.
Ponder knew he needed to try and dispatch with that player on the ground and had to take that fight. Loses his life for the problems, though. And Conk, here we go again. This time far more winnable, but Hunter's Fury prepped and ready.
I've seen this show before. Maybe it's a different episode. Similar scenario. Okay, Conk will get the spike planted down, but now he has to deal with the Guardian Supreme that is Drakus, and he's quicker on the draw to clutch it out and give Mizzou their first round of this map.
Conk been in those situations so many times, has failed to deliver, and finally does. Mizzou breathed new life at the most important moment. Going down any further in this half, I'd call that a nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I mean, you're much more comfortable with at least two to 3 rounds of wiggle room rather than 1 to 2 rounds. So Mizzou want to keep this going, grab himself at least one more round to finish this off, as Zayla will peek, gets him spotted on the Drakus. Open season in mid. So wrap around, looking towards B. A lot of attention towards A and mid. The push, a little bit halted from Mizzou. They want to take their time. They want to try and draw this out. Northwood, however, very comfortable playing this type, this style, this tempo of Valorant.
This has been Mizzou's game plan throughout. Hit mid control, work from there, find success. And success in this case looks like Darkest going down. Ollie forced out, taking a fight, falling back. Piggy with his match with Drakus and does even more. Piggy having a double kill, a requirement to get them on the site with Mizzou. And 4-on-2, the pit in play.
Okay, very good proactive plays for Mizzou here. Up to Benji and Logan. Dynamic duo, but Benji on death's door will fall. Logan will also fall. Panda and Piggy, the zoo is loose, and it gets 2 for Mizzou going into the next half.
That's something. At the very least, Mizzou having some space to work with is so important. Without it, I mean, we'd be looking at Northwood just running away with this more than they already have. That said, step number 1, you said you got to take the first step, and that is win this pistol round.
Yep. Got 2 on the board. We need 8 to tie. And then to push ahead. Mizzou showing signs of life. They're not down and out yet. The mental is strong. The Sons of Anarchy looking to cause some noise. It's about how much can they get done? How much further can they push? Or is Northwood, have they shaped up? Have they gotten, the little cobwebs out? Can they clutch this up and get the 2-0?
don't think Northwood had any cobwebs to begin with. Benji waiting, lurking in mid. Conk reads him like a book.
Wow.
And now Zayla can put the pressure on up through the doors. Drakius and the rest of the team all taking the fight towards Orange. And this is backside fully gained. Darkus electing to get off of that plant for the moment. Take the fights together. Ponder will get them both. That's the Sheriff showing what it's got.
Immediate answer back though from Northwood. All down to Conk. The last survivor often in these games. See if he can get it done in the pistol with the ghosty. Gets one, goes for two. Gotta reload. Still has some in the chamber. But they do back off. He sees them through the smoke. He has to play a guessing game, and the guess is great. Clutch after clutch for Conk coming through.
Conk's gotta be feeling as if, why am I still in these situations?
It's always me.
Always, and this time, twice in a row, delivering for the squad, putting them back in business, into contention, tournament life on the line, and a pistol victory to create some space.
3 in a row now for Northwood. Momentum often
For Mizzou.
for Mizzou rather, often gives them a better chance of fighting. I want to say a better chance of winning, but they're in lowers for a reason. This is the start that they need, right? They just have to keep the ball rolling. On course, of course. Northwood could just as easily snuff that ever-budding fire out before it becomes a storm. But Panda, off to a good start. Zayla, perfect positioning to catch someone out. Sees an elbow, sees a pinky toe, whatever. In the head, down they go. Panda holding down A-site the best they can. Flash up, reposition, see someone hopping away, gets him in the pinch, that's another. All down to Logan, can't get it done. Defenders will win, Mizzou will win, and keep it going.
Logan getting a couple of tags with his Marshall, trying to find some space to work with in that round. Doesn't work out, but the gun round upcoming. Do Mizzou want to risk a bonus here? At this point in the timeline, every round does mean so much. And they are going to somewhat bonus. Going to keep one Sheriff, 2 Guardians.
Okay.
Guardian, not so much a bonus weapon on this map, to be fair, and they're going to push aggressively. This is a very different wall than you're really going to see. Usually see that B to mid wall or A to mid wall.
Oh, they're
Instead,
pushing hard.
taking the space, getting all the info.
Oh, wow, they're pushing hard, but Ponder mentioned to stop at least one. Conk is in a great spot. Neural theft is used. Northwood's plans have been burned to the ground. The arsonists that are Mizzou. Zayla gets one with the Sheriff and another, and it's a flawless return. Mizzou on track to tie all of this up.
That'll put Mizzou back on top for the moment. Not only Northwood unable to take advantage of the bonus weapons for Mizzou, but also not finding a single kill. They got absolutely walloped in that round. Oh my goodness. This is my favorite breed strategy. Is it an eco? Do we have some money? Marshalls for everybody.
My goodness. Okay. Interestingly, see how this works. They want to go big game hunting on the range. But the game is squirrely. Mizzou want to pounce on this opportunity to break the bank and break the morale of Northwood. 6 in a row would be so incredible for them.
Logan has a bit of an angle here. Piggy's waiting, holding it. Great long-range shot from Piggy. It's a difficult one to connect. Little damage done, though.
Drakius will get tagged. This hard defensive line on B sites. Ponder in the corner, doing wondrous things, trying to win out a duel. Up against Ali, but it's not going to be there. Will win that out, 27 HP, just barely getting through that. 2v4, I've seen it before from Northwood. Now 2v3, Ali, make it happen. trying to stop this momentum that Mizzou has accrued in the past 5 rounds.
Spike rotating over to the A site. One player there, Zayla, who granted has the op in position, I believe, but gonna have to contend with 2 players coming from different angles, and he's got to deal with a couple of angles of his own. The Spike going down, dropping down to the floor. Zayla will get them both. Mizzou starting to look like a far better team than we saw in the first half.
Now they're revving up. They're getting pretty scary right now. It's just, can they bring it all the way back to 10 to tie and then push forward even more? That round with the kills they were accrued, Northwood still got enough to get rifles for everyone. Going Vandals and Phantoms. I think actually just full Vandals, yeah. Drakey is actually not going to be on the Guardian. It's a little bit more firepower, a little bit more gusto in his bite.
I was thinking the Guardian a little bit better defensively.
Yeah.
You know, and when you can have the Vandal, why wouldn't you? Zayla just missing the marks too. Hunter's Fury as well, not quite doing too much. Is he going for the repeats? Still yet to get punished. Not known about, though, is the Darkest, who's already in the corner. Oh my goodness, so close to that frag, but still no dice. Success limited.
Hey, Mizzou being a little messy here. Not as calculated, controlled as the last rounds have been. Opting to play this Chaos, and Logan will make him pay for it. That's a great frag on the Piggy, who has been so key in a lot of these victories for Mizzou the past few rounds. Now it's down to 2. Logan with the offensive position, but Ponder takes him down and lets him fall all the way. Has to do it 4 more times. Darkest with the plant off on the B site, right next to Filler. Perfect cozy spot for Northwood to be. Very scary for Mizzou to try and recoup this.
Zayla making their way forward. It's Drakius to pick up his 3rd of the round and walking in to the tripwire, sealing the deal as Drakius with a quad puts Northwood on 11.
Okay, they stopped the 6 in a row from Northwood. No 7 dream there. But Mizzou still healthy enough to bring it back and get it back in their pocket. They want that map 3. They need that map 3 to stay alive here. Tournament life on the line. Northwood want to do it in 2. They'll be okay with the 3, but they want to have it secured down in 2. Mizzou did a great job of literally being on death's door to bring it all the way back here. 11 to 6 in map 2.
Still a bit of space needed. Zayla taking a little bit too quick a shot. Maybe needed to take a moment more notice, but this time he'll be right there. 1 frag found. The B site is the destination for Northwood. This is their quick decision-making and adjustments coming to fruition. The 0-point catching Benji, but his shots are still flawless.
Abilities, who needs those? Straight gun, straight hands. Zayla with the op. Has only gotten 1. He needs to get a lot more. Patience pays off. Let's see. He's got enough left in the bank. Is Piggy drawing the gun, admiring a bit too much. Salem still missing these shots that he needs to land. Will eventually get with the repeat. The knights are out, but immediately suppressed. Back out to the op. 3v2. It's Darkest, the slogan. It's just Darkest now.
Darkest, though, can isolate this first gunfight, but Ponder with the stutter step is better for the clutch. That diffuse coming through, and Mizzou, they're still here. They're still kicking. After a 10-2 halftime, I wouldn't have thought it even possible.
Told you this team, this squad, they can get rolling. They are very, very momentum heavy. This wrecking ball comes in and it does damage. So it will be a timeout being called by Darkest and Northwood. They need to recollect, recover, get their thoughts in line, get the game plan, make sure everybody's on the same page. It's been pretty rocky, stormy waters for them so far.
I think Mizzou deserve a ton of credit for the way that they've been approaching this defensive side. And there's a real negative connotation here, but they are playing incredibly ratty. Yeah, it's been passive angles, trying to take the, you get the advantage there if you're holding those really tight angles as well. It's difficult to contend with, and Northwood, as strong as they are, they've been struggling a little bit with it. Mizzou willing to play the patient game and just take their shot, fall back, take their shot, fall back. It's been great to see.
It really has been. Mizzou need to keep this momentum, this very cautionary style that they've adopted for this defensive half. It's been working well. It needs to work to perfection if they want to. They have to tie up Northwood first.
Here's the problem. Northwood walking into this round with 4 ultimate abilities.
Oh, man.
All ready to go.
Yeah. Mizzou does have one. It's a pretty lofty one as well.
Yeah, a little command.
See how they play this. Zayla will be here. He has to land this shot. Logan is inching ever so closer, but he also does have Ollie in the back. No, we'll rotate through. Staring down in a precarious situation. He sees one. It will be a trade. Logan manages to survive. Drakus will fall. Now the push on the A site. There are 2 there. Darkus, not exactly privy to their location, has an inkling with the far flash. Maybe drown it out. The walls come up. Let's see what goes after this. Lobs the second. Right into the waiting arms of Ponder. Will take him down. Spike carrier killed. Quickly recovered though. Logan shoring back up.
With the Blade Storm though, I wouldn't call this over just yet. It's Ollie. It's just a little bit of timing there. And that shock dart doesn't quite connect. And Logan back with the gun out and does the head shooting. Ponder putting this back into a winnable scenario. Logan, how's he hit that? But swaps into the blades, and the piggy swing is there. Mizzou still keeping themselves alive.
Shouldn't have swapped. Shouldn't have swapped there. Will be his downfall, Logan. I mean, tried to save that round for Northwood the best that he could. Not quite good enough to get everything done at the end of the day. And those ultimates were like, oh, Northwood coming in 4 ultimates, really good. Now they're down to 1. So Neural Theft, really great ultimate to have. Well, no, they have 2. Okay.
They've got 3.
Yeah, 3. Oh, wow. Yeah, no.
They just used the Blade Storm there.
They just used the Blade Storm there.
It's Mizzou that are still stuck at just that no command. But, as you mentioned, still dangerous piece of equipment. The biggest issue for Northwood is that they aren't weapons hot. And through this toxic screen as well. Zayla delivers another frag, opening pick. Drakus overwhelming.
Gets caught, and he went out for 1v1. He does. A little bit of fancy footwork required, but he stays alive. Panda, that's a great flash. He just doesn't know how valuable it is yet, but he will quickly find out. Mizzou pounce. Get themselves to 9.
Mizzou are doing this. They are here.
Doing it.
It's 9-11, a 10-2 scoreline, as I keep mentioning, because of how insane this comeback is.
Look, Mizzou, when they get on a roll, they get going. And that is clearly evident here. You look at that timeline and you tell me that, oh yeah, you can take a bathroom break at that half and be like, yeah, Northwood, they got this. And you come back. What do you mean it's 11-9? How do we even get to this point?
Exactly.
Sheer willpower and determination from Mizzou. That's how. And now they have to push it a little bit further. But Northwood,
change of pace. Northwood trying to send incredibly quickly in towards this 12th round, but it's not working out for the Mizzou. They're standing tall. The Neural Theft gives the information away. Confirmation that the final 3 Northwood members are located at B, and there's still 1:15 to play.
They're literally daring them at this point to try and walk through. Mizzou have to regroup and wrap all the way the round, but you know who's waiting on that far side, that far angle? It's Zayla with the op in hand. They want to trap Northwood in this area, and they will. Catch them in the corner. That's 1, goes for 2. Drakus will win it out. 2v4. 2v3. Slowly but surely. Benji with the flank. Great angle, but he couldn't get the shots off in time. Mizzou cap it off. 10-11. They're within 1 round away. Northwood seemingly falling apart here in these past few rounds.
I would have said there's no way that Northwood fumbled this. No way they trip and fall flat on their face. Absolutely impossible. But here we are. Northwood, not yet the full fumble. I mean, they're bobbling it right now,
yeah,
you know?
Yeah, a little bit of one ball juggling right now.
Mhm.
Opting for the 3 Marshalls this time. I'm not going to go 4.
No, they got a fourth. They
got a
picked
4.
it up.
Oh, my God. Okay. They're trying it again. As the old adage goes, first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. Shout out Aaliyah. Zayla wants to make that try again. No point. Great flash from Panda to clean it all up with 3 quick kills. Northwood at 1. Mizzou
Panda
with the
playing
tie-in.
aim labs right there.
Wonder what his point score is right now.
Too damn high. Zayla will get the final frag there. Flawless in fashion. Mizzou have made it happen. They are here. Tied up scoreline, 11-all. Opt out for Logan. The gun round to end all gun rounds. I say that, but actually not true. If Mizzou lose, they still got money for days. They're buying no matter what. Northwood, on the other hand, if they lose this round, they are screwed.
Yeah, it's not looking too pretty for the Northwood squad right now. Game 3 on the horizon, potentially. Honestly, it's just...
This is why you never can count Mizzou out.
And it's so interesting that they get to this point. They literally forced their way through the door and kept going all the way through. Northwood often coming into these rounds, ultimates up, superior guns for a few rounds, but they're still falling apart. They're not able to wrap it all up. The problem that Mizzou was having in the first half is now the problem of Northwood.
The more things change, the more they say the same, and Northwood, they need to pull something out here, and now if they want to close this out in 2 maps, Scent would be our final map, should it be required. Logan, patient as ever, this main control, not actually something we've seen a ton of fighting over, something that I was maybe expecting that we didn't actually get to see. Well, the default setup for Northwood, putting pressure at A, now heading back towards mid for what I would presume to be a B end.
Pretty split across the map. It's only Zayla over on the B side guarding for Mizzou. But he who watches also passes judgment, takes 1 down. Call is made. The pit is there. That is completely blind. The man has X-ray vision. Gets it done. Puts him to 12. Mizzou looking to bring us a map number 3.
What Viper spit? What Viper? What Northwood? Mizzou are absolutely insane. From 10-2 down to 12-11. They now have map point. They were down and out on the back foot and couldn't imagine a way back into this series. Down 1. Tournament life on the line, and here they are with the first map point of Breeze.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Mizzou are cooking, and they're using all the Crisco. Deep fried, battered up, ready to go. They're looking to punch their ticket. They want 1 more. They say we are not done yet. Northwood, you are looking a little scary. These 2 teams that know each other very well. Too familiar with this one. Northwood often getting the better of Mizzou, sure, but at this point, all but done, all but a formality. Mizzou have to cap this off. They were in a similar situation yesterday against Blinn. They just needed 1 more to win it. Couldn't do it. Northwood hoping to band together enough to prevent that from happening.
I said Mizzou can't handle this much heartbreak, but this is it not that. We've got 2 frags on the opening. Zayla just going to try and ensure that nobody can pick back up Darkest. The push still continues. Benji, Ollie, both hitting on 1, but they've done it. Mizzou bringing it back. The clutch here for Mizzou. 13-11, and it's 3rd map time. We thought maybe 2-0. We thought it might be over, but Mizzou have other plans.
They came to play. They are not done yet. This lower round 2 matchup, I said at the start of today, I would not be surprised if we got to 3 maps. It was looking very dicey at first.
Oh, yeah.
But the rumors of Mizzou's demise have been greatly exaggerated because they are here for a map 3.
They did. Most would have given up hope, but not this Mizzou roster. Northwood somehow just the most aggressive fumbling of the bag you've ever seen. How have they managed to do that?
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. We got to cool down, though. Cool down for just a moment. Put the burner on low. It's all right. We'll be back. Map 3 between Mizzou and Northwood coming up after this break. Okay, guys, we're back after a very thrilling and exciting game number 2
Truly.
on Breeze. Oh my goodness. Northwood versus Mizzou. Tale as old as time. The rivals battling it out. Northwood map 1, Mizzou map 2. We get a map 3.
That we do. The comeback storyline here for Mizzou. What an incredible performance that they put together. The mental toughness to stay in that game, to stick with it to the very end. Absolutely stunning.
Like, just literally just stunning. The fact that at the end of the first half, 10-2 for Northwood.
Yeah.
And Mizzou bring it all the way back and win.
So, Ascent, talk about it for a moment. This is, I expect a mirror composition. Both these teams are typically going to play the Jets, Ova, Omen, KJ, and the KO. This is kind of the only real comp you could play on Ascent. I mean, you could troll, but if you're not trolling, this is the comp you're playing.
I mean, you can try out maybe a few different duelists.
I mean, you can. You're still trolling a little bit.
But I don't hate the rage, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately, you are still trolling a little bit. But you're right. It's not terrible.
It's not terrible, but this is just, the most efficient and effective comp, so we'll be mirrors. Again, it's all about how you play it, who does it better, who does it best.
Northwood on this map this season have only a 3-4 record, but they haven't played a lot of Ascent in collegiate. They played a ton of it with regard to when they're playing in the Tier 2 space, and of their 4 losses, 3 of them have been in Tier 2 tournaments. To Turtle Troop, to Zero Marksman, Black, those types of games, and those are absolutely games that are reasonable to be lost.
Yeah, can agree on that. This is how they do here. I mean, we know Mizzou to be a very momentum-heavy team. We want to carry that winning momentum from map number 2 here into map number 3. Where Northwood, I mean, I don't want to say they got to hold on, but they got to refocus. Because map number 1, they looked so good on.
Map number 2, they looked so good on.
Map 2, they looked good on until they forgot how to play the game.
Yeah, a little bit.
Hope they remember in time. This is lower bracket. This is elimination. All the marbles on this map. We're on Ascent. We'll see who will be the Ascended.
Mizzou with 10 games played on this map. 6 of them wins. We'll see how this rolls.
Okay, off to the pistol. Mizzou, a little chaotic, not the craziest record.
Hey, but they made it look a lot easier today. That was a yesterday problem. We'll see if it sticks around. Ponder, nice dodge on the shot dart. Logan and Benji are overwhelming the B defense since the flash doesn't quite connect. Catches the edge of the dark cover, and it's a wide amount of frags. Northwood have them all. Free and simple.
Quick, easy, and effective, flawless pistol to start things off for Northwood. Here on attack. They're pretty vicious. Attack didn't go so well for them last game. But they're going to be first to it in a round 2 Aries. The gods are coming out to play today. We're seeing them a little bit earlier than I expected, at least.
So Northwood, back in the first game that we saw from them in this tournament, they got a little silly.
Yeah.
They rushed B until it didn't work.
Until it didn't work.
And it worked a lot.
That is true. I was there. We witnessed that. See if this happens the same game. Back to B site. Logan quick with the door closed. Darkest will take out Conk immediately. Good plan. Okay, how do they follow up on this? What is this retake looking like from Mizzou? Ponder slow on the approach with the Sheriff. Has to be so careful. Looking for a dart to get some info. Decent placement. We'll spot out 2, but Ali will gun them down swiftly. Piggy with the return, but they don't see Logan in the lurk. He grabs it and quickly cleans him up.
Yeah, throwback to that Ascent game up against Converse. That was 6 rounds in a row to start all of those B rushes, for the most part, or maybe slightly delayed B rushes. Either way, I'm wondering if Northwood, given the gravity of this situation, will be doing those shenanigans once again.
We'll have to see as they're deciding to upgrade a few guns inside of Northwood. Pushing forward. B just works. A little bit of tension though.
Shock dart helping to soften him up a little bit. Here we go. Same situation, same exact game plan, but the fragment to counteract everything.
Oh, wow.
Darkest going to get 2 of his own. Somehow the trades working in the favor of Mizzou.
They were ready for it this time. Mizzou actually had a better space planned out on the B site here. Ready for that offensive push from Northwood, making their defense known. Being able to take out 2 key members on the Northwood offensive pushes. Very nice. Now this is causing Northwood to have to wrap around through mid. Look who was waiting.
Right around the corner. Northwood should be checking this. Piggy needs to adjust and is fast enough to find Benji. The flash is there, but Piggy even bigger. And that will give Ollie at least a chance to find a clutch back towards the A site this time. B no longer open for business.
Okay, that does allow him to get over to A. Go ahead and plant down. Very scary situation. That could have been all 3 of them.
10 seconds left.
9 seconds to spare. We'll get it in. Now, how does he fight off, fend off these Mizzou?
Mizzou sticking together. Love to see that.
Yes. But can also spell their doom if they line up too perfectly for the boy. Right to the side of him. He gets both of them. Clutching it up. When victory looked assured for Mizzou, North would say absolutely not.
Mizzou making too much noise on the flank. They're giving away their position, and then the recon bolt giving it a guarantee at the end. Holding steady. They continue flawless after 3 rounds are Northwood, but this time the clutch.
You said you liked them sticking together. Maybe they stuck a little too closely to each other.
I mean, I'll be honest, you have to get the trade there.
Yeah.
Ollie played it well.
Oh, wow, Logan dodging a shot and getting hit in the shoulder, but still living. Piggy will go down immediately. Fight in the corner. Going to the tunnel. Northwood gets 4. Mizzou completely falling to pieces. All he's got the sheriff. Maybe get 1 or 2. The door's falling. Will stay alive. At 56 from chase down. Done up, done and dusted. Northwood now at 5.
Mizzou trying to get a little bit of an eco play going there with the null command and trying to take the fight aggressively. It's an idea that's great. In practice, it didn't work out so well this time out. We'll see what Mizzou have cooked up for this next round, though. No operator, but Ponder on the Odin. Benji has one of his own on the other side. And look where they're posturing. Back to B, baby.
I have a feeling I know what play is going to happen here. I've seen this before. As he's pushing straight through. But guess what? There's an Odin answering on the other side. Will actually tear him, not completely to pieces, but forcing him off that wall side. Ponder actually still gets the frag in. Staying alive, suppressed. Very scary situation. Knocked out on the shot guard, but where's he looking? Not in the right spot. Will fall. Now the rest of Mizzou has to collapse onto this. Going into a 3v5. Multiple protections off of that knife by Panda.
Yeah, gets confirmation that there is the majority of the defense, if not the entirety of it, back here on the site with the lockdown. There isn't an answer. They've just got to take the fight. Paranoia comes in, and that's part of the problem. Darkest loses his life. Piggy moving forward. Benji just holding mouse one, and he right-clicks him to the grave. Northwood, another going their way. 5-0.
It's messy, but they're getting it done. It's messy, but they are getting it done. Northwood up to 5 now, and a timeout will be called here by
I don't even know if it's all that messy. I mean, Northwood, their game plan worked. They got them to the site.
Yeah.
They put the post plan into action. And yeah, it looked a little crazy, but it looked damn good.
I mean, funneling all into the same room, just aiming in one direction. the jump clicks, the right clicks, you know, it got a little dicey there. They did it. Game plan is like, part 1, good. Part 2, good. Part 3, question mark. Part 4, profit. That's exactly how the round went. Because there was absolutely the world where Piggy gets all 3 of them in that corner, and it doesn't happen. But Benji absolutely is the head chef for this Northwood lineup. He was cooking like crazy, stirring the pot, making it happen. Mizzou on this timeout, hopefully getting some answers. Look, they were in this position before. They were able to bring it back. They're trying to do it sooner, trying to execute it sooner, not have to wait until the side switch before they can get back and get into the lead.
Knowing what I know about the way that Northwood approached that Converse game, I wonder if Mizzou's strategy here should just be to set up all the counter utility to deal with that B hit. And if they go A, just play retake.
I mean, very well could be reminding them of that play, right? Very well could be reminding them, like, hey, we've been in this situation before.
Right.
Remember what happened. Go back. You know, use your experience from the past to inform your future. They need to do that right now. It's now. They are slowing it down a bit. They will see everybody there. Not going to try to go for the wall bang. We'll back off, slow down the tempo. Not often to the crazy fights that Northwood want to try and give them. The Northwood are so comfortable playing the slower pace as well. It's a matter of chicken at this point.
Northwood are doing it. The rotation, finally pulling the fake, but Conk is ready and waiting. Down 20 HP. Not going to close the door just yet. Stuck in the corner.
No way, no way.
Paranoid. Conk, his vision returns faster. His shot's even better.
Come on, man.
Conk is doing it all. Benji on the other side of the dark cover, but entirely cut off from Drakius, who's trying to rendezvous together with Cat.
This is such a good angle for Conk to hold. He does have his buddies backing him up top. So they want to try sneak around through the window, yes. But they will be met by a crazy panda. Unfortunately, they got bigger guns. Put him down fast. Now up in heaven. Swinging in. Not long for the world was Conk, so he will fall. All up to Piggy, lurking down. The demon of the dark and deep will fall.
Not again, not like this.
2 remain. They need to clutch it up. There's no time on the side. He has to win the 1v1, and they win it in the end.
My gosh. They're unstoppable. Another 2v4.
They get away with it.
Mizzou have got to get a handle on these rounds. They have to figure out a way to stop losing from a winning position.
Yeah, that's the fact that it happened twice. If I had a nickel for how many times Mizzou lost a 2v4 that they should have had secured, unfortunately, it'd be a lot of nickels.
Northwood put in position where their king is pinned, their queen is down, and yet they're still coming back time and time again.
After that lockdown, I'm gonna go ahead and push in, get this site secured. No waiting, no shenanigans. They post up the sign that says keep out Mizzou.
Panda has so much information though. He's pushed all the way forward, all the way through A, through Gelato, into top mid. But this is a lot of space to work with. Ollie goes down though. I thought that would have been a better position to work from, and the lockdown for Conk is here as well.
Okay, Darkus has an inkling, has an idea, but will fall before anything can happen. Northwood down to 2, full force of 5 from Mizzou. Take that back. Benji managing to snipe down 2, 2v3, potentially more, 2v2. Oh no.
Benji is dead, or not. Drakius is playing so well, defending his teammate who is stuck in the corner. Now, no longer locked in. Benji has done it again. Unstoppable. An outrageous maneuver. And Northwood stay flawless.
Back to back. 2-man holds up against the full might of Mizzou. 7-0 now. Northwood on the attack, on the offensive. They are doing their damnedest to stay in this and win. They do not want a repeat of Breeze. They want a repeat of that Haven. And they're showing that form here.
Insanity. How does Ollie get away with that? Blinded. And now the Hunter's Fury misses its mark in every way, shape, and form. Ponder with just the Sheriff has the support of Panda from the other direction, playing from the door and up and through that dark cover. The site is Northwoods, but the plant yet to come through. That'll be Drakius putting it down, getting into the post plant now.
Good suppress. That's an information gain from Mizzou. How do they proceed? Scary. He gets caught out. Ali, hop, jump, skip, drops him down. 2v3 from Mizzou. They're still coming the same way. Kong managed to get one. Can he survive? Yes, Panda from the far flank gets another, but Benji is right back at it, managing to take him down. 1v1.
How he
He
gets away
gets
with
it.
this?
That's three. That is three clutches for Benji. Back to back to back, Northwood. Absolutely insane.
Oh my goodness. It's just outrageous to see Northwood making these plays. Mizzou just cannot catch a break, and even when they do, they can't confirm a win. They find themselves in man advantages, 2-man advantages, and yet they still cannot close.
I thought they had problem solved that after how they performed the latter half of map number 2. A lot of good ideas, a lot of great starts, but faulty finishes will be there and every time. Now, Northwood at 8, pushing forward even more. See what they can get done. Funneling in is Mizzou. Northwood gonna go ahead and grab 2.
Vela with the Blade Storm gonna have to do some big work. A couple of blades fall by the wayside. Bit of a one-way. Drakius is on the lineup. He's got Panda left on their lonesome, and Drakius has done it once again. This Northwood is not done. This tournament is not going to be easy for anybody up against this Northwood team.
It's just, I don't want to say the winds are out of their sails. You know,
Benji's 17-2. 17-2.
That's the KJ I want on my team every single time. Oh my goodness.
And it's still not the end of the first half.
Right. Big numbers coming up. A lot of buckets being scored here. Need to keep it going. Mizzou needs to get something on the board. Maybe they want to repeat 10-2 last half. No, they want to go 9-3. It's entirely possible for them to still grab a few before this half is over. Northwood, though, wants to do everything in their power to keep them down.
We're walking back over to this B side. It's been so effective so many times. Lockdown for the attackers. Ponder just going to try and walk his way out of here. Couple shots through that smoke. Ponder on the exit will get one. That's going to allow for Mizzou to have some space on this retake, and the HP for Northwood not particularly high. Conk still chilling. Back of Boathouse, and now ready to walk back in. They've got to be suspicious of this dark cover. It's incredibly suspicious for Conk to be here, but he's still alive, still kicking. Ollie needing to stay working on this lane position. The first and the second go his way, but it's up to Darkest, and he goes down. Mizzou have finally broken the Northwood run of form.
Okay. Fortunately, Darkest couldn't pull off the Benji plays, so he will get felled, and Northwood will fall, giving Mizzou their first point, their first map win, or first round win, rather, of this map. It's a great start. They got to keep going for more. They have to make that run back all the way, like they did in map 2, not have a repeat of map number 1. All important, all marbles on this map. Everything banking on Mizzou to get return to form and push it all the way. Northwood want to stomp it out, and defiance will be Mizzou, though.
Looks like we got a little bit of a tech pause there. So we're going to wait for a moment. The key here is, though, Mizzou, they have been down in every single map this series, and yet they're still here. I think you have to put that respect on their name and say, despite the scoreline, not an unwinnable game.
Not at all. And like we have evidence of it, the fact that it's still very much in either team's hands, right?
Incredibly winnable.
So that being said, coming forward, if Mizzou can, capitalize on the overzealousness on occasion of Northwood. Actually win when they have advantages. No more of these 4v2 comebacks, please. Please, guys, no more. They are poised to bring this back at least to tie. You know, get those 3 before the half and keep going on forward. As it is the last round before the swap. Looking to be a 10-2 again. Potentially, should Mizzou be able to shore this up.
Quick and easy that last round, apparently. I've been told to teammates for Northwood. So, this has been a matter of how badly are Mizzou down in every single game. This could be the worst.
Could be. Hunter's Fury letting it rip. Logan will dash out of all of it and survive. Now back in Boathouse. 2 members. Great nade. But Conk will manage to fell Logan. Darkest still knows what's going on. The plant is at A, though.
Indeed. Northwood giving the old bamboozle on the B site. Again, that conditioning to go back over towards B every time has been so effective. Only the 3rd or 4th time this whole half they've headed towards A. And here it is. 5-on-4. Mizzou advantage as they've had before. The flash is so perfect. Ollie gets a chance in a second. He can deliver just that. One more to find. It's all down to the 1, and Darkest shuts down the opposing KO. It is the most dominant half we've seen in this series. A 9-3, a 10-2, and now an 11-1.
Northwood up at the half. All too familiar. But what does Mizzou do? How do they answer back? How do they bolster on these defensive rounds now? They lost 1, they won the 2nd. All on the 3rd. Northwood just need 2 more to send them forward on the lower bracket. You know they're going to be doing their damnedest to not allow Mizzou to get back in the saddle.
They've never needed a pissed around more than this. Never.
You're right about that.
There is 0 space for error. 1 round, and Northwood have a plethora of match series points available to them. Mizzou's tournament life on the line, and a team currently making a whole lot out of nothing. Zayla, at least going to find that first connection. Dark is still alive, fighting from the corner, and he goes down. This round looking likely, but look at what it is. It's a 2-on-4.
No, absolutely not. Never down and out yet is Northwood, apparently at any stage of the game. But this position that Zayla has, getting fired on through the thin screens. 23 staying alive just barely. Has to call for the wraparound onto the door. God, you can break it, but it's going to take a lot of ammo. Small mag, got so many eyes watching that entry point. How does he do it? He doesn't. Will be put in the back of the head. Will be felled. It's all up to Logan, who gets 1 before he falls. The pistol is 1 for Mizzou.
Zayla delivering big time, just like he did back on Breeze, back when it was incredibly necessary for them to stay alive in this match. That's when Zayla really stepped up the pace and found so much success. He does it once again there in the pistol round. Notice, I mean, look at it. Not a single Mizzou player have more than 10 kills. That's how unstoppable Northwood have been.
Yeah, very, very spread out kill-wise in general for this Mizzou squad. But yeah, you're looking at that, what, 19 now for Benji?
Yeah.
Okay, pushing forward here. Mizzou still on the attack. First one was good on the pistol. Coming into a bit of a mid-buy. See what they can do with it.
Marshalling their defenses over at A. Northwood gonna stick around. The paranoia loses track of everybody. This is a quick rotate. Northwood have put all their eggs in this A site basket. And the immediate call to rotate away from Mizzou means that Northwood are going to get the information as well.
Yep, a lot of information gained. First strike goes to Panda. 2 for Mizzou. Make that three, make that down to the last two for Northwood. To rotate over to A, they're gonna be met there. But how do they proceed going through the alcove? Logan grabs two before he falls. That just gave them so much more. 2v4s are Northwood's bread and butter, apparently, when going up against Mizzou. It's 2v1. Drakius on 10 HP in a dream. Shock dart available. Wants to make the magic happen.
Marshall, though, not the best of situations to have this in your hand. And that bot up on top of Generator is actually hugely impactful. On now. Drakius position known. Shock dart going to go out. That's going to actually do a little bit of damage. That's putting him down to just one shot required. Oh, Piggy does better. Faster on the trigger. Mizzou keeping it alive once more.
That's all it takes. Just one quick shot. That will give them three. The ball is starting to roll for Mizzou Esports. Not quite the three in a row from last time. A little bit staggered, but they got two. They want to keep going. See how much more damage they can get now with rifles. Piggy opting to stay on the Bulldog, while the rest of his friends got some bigger guns.
But this is absolutely an upgrade moment.
Yes.
The Bulldog's still very effective weaponry, whereas, you know, Spectre, Sheriffs, etc., not going to be what you want in a must-win round. Over to B. That's what Mizzou have at least started to put together. The 0 point comes in. Should have caught two players there, and
three in the back.
That's a nice recon bolt that catches the information. Knowledge of the back boathouse is in.
There's also lots of knowledge for Northwood. What do they do with it? They lose two real quick. Offensive push from Mizzou is good.
That's a spike down.
Onto the side, they're fighting for it heavy. 3v4, 4v2. Always seems to come back to this. Down to the three, last two alive. Logan picks them off from the off corner. We're gonna go in, boathouse, he's good for three. Just needs to do it again.
Logan is unstoppable. Information being gathered as well. Now the isolation towards Logan on Speedway, but Ollie running him down, running and gunning his way to success. The defuse comes through. And Mizzou, they are out of rope, hanging by a thread.
And they're clutching onto it hard. All hands on deck for this one. Logan coming up huge, securing map point for Northwood. Match point, series point, tournament life point for Northwood. Just need one more. Mizzou did a great job to pull it here, but now they can afford not a single error more going forward. Benji wants to secure this. He's picked up the judge. He's ready to play some up close and personal Valorant. He wants to make sure it is secured. Absolutely terrifying.
Maybe Zaylot can find some connections. No, Drakius shuts him down. The judge doesn't connect, but Drakius has kept this even and ahead. Mizzou will have the sight. It may be all hands on deck for Mizzou, but Northwood, they have the sails at full mast, and they're running at a pace of knots.
Okay, Mizzou playing cautiously. They want to drop Logan. Goes on a cloudburst. He is seen, but he cannot be taken out. Alarm bar triggered. Okay, Ponder gets one. That's guttering for two. 1v2 scenario. All on Darkus, and he gets destroyed from two sides. Attackers win. Mizzou still holding on.
It looked like it might have been over right there. The Blade Storm, what a hit to the confidence. Zayla just walks in and gets demolished.
Literally exploded. Not a single chance to breathe.
And I will say, man, Drakius, who we've talked about, as the player, coming in for dip, and it had, typically not the same Northwood with Drakius versus without. But he has been incredible this whole series.
Yeah, just accurate all the time, in the right place when he needs to be. The Guardian, the Marshal, whatever long-range rifle he wants to pick up, he'll do it, and he'll make it work. As Darkus will actually take down W Panda. been instrumental in Mizzou's success earlier, but wow, Ponder snipes out Logan.
Serving Northwood up a little bit of their own medicine right there. Zayla got the same in the last round, and Ponder saying, taste of that, buddy.
Okay, need a bit more. Spike is down. Zayla looking towards heaven. Their eyes were watching God, as it were. But are they heathens? We'll have to see. Hiding down in hell. So much damage being used in that one space. The grenades aplenty. Conk gets 2. Holding on. The information is there. 4v2. We've seen it before. But it's not going to be enough. Drakus wanted him to clutch up, but attackers will win. Mizzou will win, pushing it to 5.
At what point is this a comeback done and dusted? I will probably say it's got to be up to 10, right?
Up to 10.
Yeah.
Up to 10, at
That's
least.
when we can have that conversation.
Yeah.
Until then, it's really just a matter of time for Northwood. That's got to be the way they're approaching it. That's their mindset coming into this. Absolutely. They have the lead already, no issue. Just got to find one more round.
Yep. One more, and that's it's both. It's a double-edged sword, right?
Right.
One more because that's all you need to win, but one more making you think you have to overplay. You might have overthink on some plays and over-index into some things they don't need to do. But guess what? It's Benji. He wants to clutch it up again and do it a little bit earlier. Skid swung on, still gets it done. Will be felled. It's down to 2v4 on the opposite side. Mizzou to Northwood. Piggy has to come up huge. Perfect corner for Ali. He peeks his head up and gets taken straight off. On the other side of the wall, it is Drakus and he will fall. Piggy is good for it. Darkest 1v2. Mizzou giving Northwood taste of their own medicine on that front. Men down, but still standing strong. Trying to break through the door. The plant just now going down. Knife in. One detected. Flash it on the door, but it's on the wrong side. He steps through. Piggy steps back. So scary for Northwood. So scary for Mizzou. He wants to punch their ticket to the next round on this.
But if anybody could do it, it's Darkus. Been such a crucial figure for this team. Knows well, the location of both these players is going to swing out.
One.
Darkus turns around and he's able to chuck back behind the wall. The 1v1 coming to fruition.
The time
is not quite out of this just yet. Tapping on the spike, gets the information behind the Radiant boxes, is Conk, and he's there, but he delivers the clutch of the century as Mizzou do it again. Northwood, you are not in this victory just yet. 2-on-4, Mizzou can make it happen.
Oh my God, these clutch up killjoys making it happen each time. Mizzou are not down and out yet. Look at the buy that Northwood has to come in for this next round. That was a must-win. Every round is a must-win round for Mizzou, but that one even more so to set them up for success in these next two.
At this point, you have to take it round by round, and that's what Mizzou are currently doing. Setting up with 4 players leaning towards the A site. There's Northwood control. We've got one player posted up in wine, the other peeking towards A main, but that 0 point making them rethink their previous position, and they'll evacuate the area.
Okay, they will decide to vacate, route all the way back over to B. They will be meeting up with Conk over there, but Benji is waiting in that all-important alcove. Linking B. Will back out, regroup with his turret, see what they can get done. All indexes are on Northwood on A, so they're waiting for the alarm to be sounded, and that will be the key. You see now, everybody's rotating over. Mizzou have to push in forward. There's the dash in from Zayla. They want to establish positioning, covering the backside. Does Conk, but they lose under in the process. The plant is down. They do have the great equalizer in the lockdown available, but they don't even need it because Panda's going huge. Gets 3, gets 4. Once another 40 HP in a dream. Can't get the ace down. But Ali
just on 5 HP. Chance it would have been there, but he falls as he goes for the crowded step right into the dark cover. Game not over. Northwood still struggling to find the closer.
Managing to hold on to the lockdown, but gaining 2 other key ultimates does Mizzou. Coming into this next round with more firepower in their pocket to push this forward. Northwood also have really key ultimates, the same ultimates available
Big
to
mirror.
them.
Same as the compositions, the ultimate Slay operator on both sides, and see how Zayla likes to approach this. The mid presence not so aggressive for Northwood into this round. Have a bit of a stack up towards C, and Drakius, who currently on the Vandal, just wants to gather info at mid. Make sure that this is not a position gained for free.
Okay, Panda holding this angle. Mid's so important, as you pointed out. Especially more so at this juncture. Panda with a miraculous 4K last round. Northwood no slouch either to say, let's take a shot, dips out, get some information over on A site. Knows 2 are there. Drakey is holding hard. See what Logan can get done. Suppressed, so he's found out, but he takes down Piggy. 2 will fall as well. Conk sounds the alarm to get the lockdown, and he takes down Benji. 2v3. No, Zayla will actually be able to get Panda back up. 3v3. All quarters good. Never mind, it's another trade.
That lockdown, making the space, allowing for the time to get the plant in. Mizzou, though, still back foot. Space on the side. Ali taking the fight to market. And with Conk down, now Zayla needs to do it alone, but the shot dart will close it out. Northwood, they continue on. We say goodbye to Mizzou in a 13-7 victory on map 3.
Take a bow, take a bow. What a way to close it out. Timing is everything, and unfortunately, Mizzou just barely missed the mark. That will be sending Northwood on to the next round. We will be saying goodbye to Mizzou Esports. Thanks for coming and giving us a wonderful show these past 2 days. Couldn't get it done in the end, but they made it look so much fun.
You know, the reality is that you can't lose 10, 9 rounds in every half and win series.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that is something that Mizzou have found out the hard way, though I'm sure they already knew it. Bad news for this Northwood squad is, man, did they look shaky when it came to closing things out. The victory is not quite hindered by that, but it does beg the question, will this become a issue moving forward?
That will be to be determined, as we will see their matches later on. They have more to play. We do have another series coming up for you guys here momentarily. We got to throw it to a break. We'll see you on the other side here at the Samsung SSD Dreamhack Fall Open main event. We'll be right back. Guess what, guys? We're in podcast mode now.
Howdy.
Howdy. Getting in real close and comfortable.
We're all friends around here. That's what it is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, but we're here back. Samsung SSD Dreamhack. Fall open. Shout out NECC and CVal Hub. We're getting into the second series of the day between SJSU Blue, Fisher Navy. I'm Beautiful Girl yelling from across the room. That's Vincent.
Clicking buttons to make sure I can see things.
We're gonna give it our best.
It's fine. Let's talk a bit about it. I don't know if anything was picked up before, so we'll
run it out from the top.
Yeah, let's quickly TLDR for what we missed is that Northwood dominating at least in the first half of all the maps in our previous series. SJSU is looking hot.
Yeah.
The Hope of the West, as we've been talking about, and they're honestly just incredibly happy to be here. Like the whole storyline of SJSU getting here, GoFundMe, and getting into this position, and now finding some big upsets has been phenomenal. Fisher Navy expected for them to be up towards the top of the table, and here they are in the upper final.
Yeah, expected to be here, upper finals. Spartans putting on a exciting showcase.
Oh yeah.
All tournament long. Let's see if they can keep it up and stay on the winner's side, not have to fall down to that lower bracket.
Picked up a 13-0 is. Oh, are we good?
Hello. Are we good? Ooh.
Okay.
Hello.
Let's go.
Tingly?
This is fixed, and
It's ASMR hour, I guess.
The sound of my raspy, fading voice.
Beautiful. Okay. I've been told I need to be more.
I told you we better be here.
Oh. There we go. So this one's bad. Yeah. All right.
We're gonna switch mics over here.
Swing that over this way.
A painful ignoring to
Okay.
Okay.
Something like this. Okay.
Sorry for the arm in the face. I mean, you go see it, but
it'll happen. All right.
Okay.
I don't know what the game is looking like. Over there somewhere we have the map bands.
Yes.
Maybe we can pick that up.
Adam, map screen.
Maps. Run it.
Por favor.
All right. Getting into this one. Ascent Haven band out with a bind coming in for Fisher. Am I remembering correctly? Bind is where SJSU did some phenomenal
They did some
work.
damage.
Yeah, Bind has been their bread and butter throughout this this season. 8-2 on the map and consistently. Yeah. Oh. Okay. We're having a great time here. Breeze apparently is the first map. Bind is the second map, which makes a lot of. Does that also mean? Hold on. Yeah, Fisher picked Breeze, not Bind. Okay. I'm now understanding it.
Got you. All right. We're along for the ride, just as y'all are, folks.
Imagine spreading misinformation on the internet.
Who would do that?
Who would do that?
Who would do that? Certainly not I.
Not me. All right, Fisher Navy and the SJSU Spartans getting this one locked in and ready to go. Looking like a Yoru comp coming in from the Spartans. Is this
Interesting.
what they normally run? This is not what they normally run.
Atypical of the Spartans to run this on the breeze. Want to see how it's going to play out. Once again, it's your boys, Beautiful Crow and Vincent on the cast here at Dreamhack for the Samsung SSD Fall Open. Shoutouts NECC and CVal Hub. So we are getting into it. Map number 1, Breeze, this winner's semis.
I think that this Yoru, it can absolutely work. There's a lot of teams that have been running it. What I find interesting is that SJSU, they've regularly played the double duelist on this map. Sometimes Khan picks up Arena, but I didn't see any Yoru in their previous history, which suggests that maybe they have an idea of how they want to approach this Fisher Navy team.
Yeah, want to try something different. It might be scouted in some form or fashion. Gonna rely on some of the more utility-based abilities from Yoru potentially. As John Ham catches him coming up the ropes to take him out. Incredible first frag coming out. On the side of SJSU, 4 strong getting onto the A site.
At the very least, that post plant starting to get activated. Shaheem will put that in, and from here, Fisher have to try and make their way back through. It's 2-on-3. Recon Bolt scans. At least the first of these players is Chloric at orange, and information gained now HP lower than it should be. 1-for-1 trade as Tuzi falls. It'll be SJSU finding their first the pistol round victory.
They did it in such an interesting way too. Like 2 quick picks at the beginning of the round. Let's wrap all the way around the A site.
Yeah.
Play for them, wait for them to come into us. Set the trap, was sprung. It's a pistol going in. It's all easy cleanup from there. All right, the Spartans strike first and strike hard. See how well they keep this up. Looking at the buys coming in for Fisher Navy. Pistols and a Marshall.
I'm currently searching if this Yoru has been seen, and I missed it.
Looking for evidence of previous Yoru moments that may or may not be. We can neither confirm nor deny the existence of prior Yoru play for the Spartans here.
So they played it in the Northwood game in the upper bracket semis.
Okay.
So I guess so. Previous to that, I mean, all the games on this map and not a single one. It worked great in that matchup. I believe Northwood still came away victorious, but in an overtime period. This is meant to be an easy round for the attackers of SJSU, but they're down by 2.
By 2.
Kahim, fortunately, going to cut that deficit to just the 1.
Yep. Okay, it's all up to Yuri to get this information correct. We'll back off. Okay, go ahead and plant the spike. He is backed up and bolstered. See what Kahim and Khan can get done. Decoy thrown out. 3 stacks strong to the back of it, and Yuri is good for 1. Looking to push through, get another. Spartans sticking together to the very end. Brought into a 3v3. Potentially can pull this back in their favor. Chloric with the Marshall, though.
Stepping out into the snake fight.
Oh,
now
what a cover.
vulnerable Khan. He's able to get the first, get to find another one. Information given away as Chloric pushing up and through, running out of time, almost entirely out of it, and Khan will still deliver for SJSU.
Losing my pin over here, down to the wire. SJSU Spartans doing a great job covering that towards the end. It was scary. They went from an advantage state down to 3v4, held together, stayed strong, played to the back of A, that back corner of A. Better than I've seen some Tier 1 teams do, staying together through the end of it, clutching it out.
Indeed, and here, you know, that round context is key. Was meant to be an eco round,
right.
But a little bit of a Marshall type of play, and even on the classics, Neptune was able to put together some fantastic momentum. We seeing bonus round upcoming for the attack.
All right, Paint gonna take a step forward. Is assisted by Neptune, and they take down 2 members. Oh my God, automatically down to just the last one for the Spartans. So only John Hamm. He's just gonna try to wait this out the best he can, try not to get caught by the swarming bees of Fisher.
John Hamm typically defaulting out towards the A side and, well, left alone. Able to cut this down to a more approachable 1v3, though that's by no means an easy feat. Spike down and find some space to work with. Doesn't have to worry about a flank right now. Gets the first frag, and Paranoia far too far away to find that connection as John Hamm gets the confirmation where these players are located. Great shrouded step, another isolation, but Lear a little too quick for him as that 1v3 falls by the wayside.
That was slightly scary because, like you said, trying to isolate the 1v1s, not allow for a flank,
Yeah.
second man to come through. Did a pretty decent job of it, unfortunately. He was just so low. He was at 40 HP at that point, you know?
Yes.
So, like, the odds of him winning, they just dropped, you know, drastically lower.
Right.
Never zero, but just low.
As we learned in that last series, never zero indeed. Not a 2v4s and clutches seen. A bit outrageous.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty. Gun round done and dusted, at least the bonus that is. Now, the true test of this one. Notice John Hamm, default setup right now. Over towards A, using the dark covers is typically going to at least buy some space with the early fight towards A. Meanwhile, the rest of the team taking space at mid. This mid control, the key part of the SJSU Blue default on this map.
And yesterday we talked a lot about the offensive power of Cade 3K and how he is able to just make these multi-kills happen round by round if he is set up for success. Has not been set up for success currently in this map. We're only early on, sure, but he's not had that ability to. And they're running the double duelist comp, again, just in a different flavor. So I'm wondering how well Cade has to play these entries in these moments. And Neptune will get the first frag on return on the con.
It's a lot of info, though, through the A push being found out by Fisher. Hey, that was a fantastic attempt. Unfortunately, in the meantime, Kahim has fallen, and with Glory applying the pressure, starting to look a little bit dire, a little bit less than ideal. But still, Fisher holding strong on this site. John Hamm going to have to grab the spike from the shadows, does so, and will fall back to A. Again, has to clutch this Omen.
He's at full now. Well, it takes one headshot to drop him down. Spotted by two. Can't really isolate this one. Want to try to go for a similar path over by Orange. But no, they just aggress on him. Pounces three. Make sure there's no chance for him to try to clutch this out.
Yeah, that dark cover, all about just trying to bait out where he could be going, from the shadows, able to get him onto the site and get the spike planted. That's great, but you're going to need more than just that.
You need a lot more, actually. Two to two here in the early showings. Pretty even. It just feels the rounds that Fisher has won. I mean, it's very much them catching SJSU off guard, dwindling their numbers fast as can be. Doesn't feel like a straight dominance. It's just a matter of like, oh, they slipped up, here we go. But they lose the duelist so early on in these rounds to make it work. Han will be able to get that frag. Neptune here with the operator in hand has an idea of where some might be, but woo-wee, that's a scary little Yoru jump scare. Neptune overloaded, ready to rock, holding down this A site, seeing what he can get done.
That toxic screen making things a little bit interesting as Khan out of the dimensional drift. Is it going to be prepared for Cloric to just so aggressively swing that angle? Khan caught out, tagged down, and gone. The rotation over to the B side, quick as it may be, won't be into position, at least not yet, for Fisher Navy. Just the one man here.
Oh, wow.
It might be enough. It clearly is.
Okay, Lear holding down, anchoring. But now the rest of the team will rotate over to choke out the rest of SJSU Blue. What can Yuri do? K3K falls, blinded, stuck behind the box. He managed to get one. Yuri going for two versus Lear. Not going to happen. Fisher Navy going to snatch that round back. Make sure it's theirs.
So we're at the equalizer. Fisher able to adjust off the back of a couple of early game losses. Not something that we've seen a lot of. Going down early has really spelled disaster throughout the day in all three maps of play.
Yeah.
Not the case here for Fisher.
Okay. Next round, all full up buying. It costs SJSU Blue pretty penny. But they're going to go ahead and go into this round with rifles. They're saying, don't even want to try it, attempt any sort of save. They have to stay up on gun power.
Well, then they have the money to do it. So why the heck not stick with what is firepower? This is a bit of a different setup. SJSU are about to go for a fast play somewhere. Typically, they're going to be doubled up in elbow with some presence down lower mid. Instead, they've got 3 towards mid, 2 up A. Fast split towards the A site is almost certainly coming soon.
Neptune spots multiple members of the Spartans, but is missing the shots, not landing. 2 detained, detected rather with the knife. John Hamm will take down Payne. That's huge. Payne has put some thorn in the side of SJSU Blue. They have to capitalize on this now. They will drop Neptune. They will drop Lear. Good job by Yuri on the backside. Cade finally finding the mark. Gets his man. Gets rid of Floric. Now the plant is on. Just like that. Snatching it. Securing it to the Spartans.
Fisher Navy lulled in maybe a bit of a false sense of security, considering that SJSU in these last couple of rounds have played a more slow default approach, and they've been able to pick it apart bit by bit. Even those late rotations that we saw SJSU attempt in the previous with the B site hit, not working well with Lear, able to do so much heavy lifting. Now SJSU in a different position, a better position, by making that fast play out towards A, putting Fisher on the back foot.
Tuzi just staying alive, try not to lose that gun. Give no more credits over to the Spartans the best they can. Will be an attacker's win. So, Spartans don't get the extra frag they would have hoped, but they're still going up.
So, SJSU finding a very effective strategy in the last round, swapping things up, not playing their normal default, instead putting presence fast and early towards mid, doubling up with John Hamm having an additional player over there at A. And it looks like Kahim going to be there in the same space. The posturing in the early stages of the round for the Spartans is the same as it was previously.
A site looks to be the first plan of attack. Neptune, yeah, he's going to call this out. If he gets this angle, this is going to be huge. It's going to completely break the ankles of SJSU Blue. But no, they will be onto the site. But set up shop. Be wary because they know that Fisher Blue will strike at any time, and they do. Paint and Neptune getting 2 key frags, make it 3. Yuri looking through mid, trying to cover the backside while the rest of the team is falling, and now it's just Fisher Navy completely swooping down and pouncing on SJSU Blue.
Yeah, SJSU kind of lost in the timing, I think, a bit, where they had space to get onto the site, and that's great, but then setting up the post plant, they didn't have that on lockdown and didn't have it ready. Yuri, like you mentioned, trying to hold back the mid lurk, and even then allowing Paint to walk forward, get a kill, and then exit without going down. That's massive, and a frustration point probably for the Spartans as we get them into this next one, finally onto an eco. This is their first, I believe.
100% SJSU Blue need to shut down Neptune early, because he creates so much pressure and so much agency just being around in the area. And as often, he's sitting at the top of the leaderboard for a reason, getting these frags, getting these bodies dropped. But getting rid of Paint also is a significant boost to their chances of winning a round. So those 2 key members dropping. Fisher Navy have to recover. Floric, Tuzi, shoring it up. Actually surviving through all of that and scoring 2 kills back-to-back with it. Will be traded. Yuri finally showing his head, getting something there, but it's all too little too late. Fisher Navy pushing up to 5.
Yeah, needing to see a little bit more, I think, from the Blade Storm. That actually started out so well for SJSU, but even despite their opening pick, they weren't able to convert that into a victory. SJSU, their attack starting out incredibly strong, but Fisher Navy, a team that, according to what I've been told, making calls sort of by committee at times.
Okay. I mean, honestly, it's good to get a second opinion. 3rd, 4th, and 5th couldn't hurt too much.
Right.
Everybody has a brain. Everybody's got to use it. That's the philosophy, and that's what they're going to stick to. It's brought them this far. They weren't expected to be in winner's side all the way here. Pulling off a Superman run as they are fighting in the Viper's Pit. So scary. Tuzi running around, dodging the best he can, but Khan will find his mark and find his man. Lear, however, steals his memory and steals his knowledge. Neural theft is there. John Hamm has to hold against 3. He has Yuri's back up, and it will help, but Lear cleans it up so fast. Paint on the off angle will get it, but Cade finds his mark. 1v2. Hashtag winnable. He has to be careful on the other side of a wall. He needs to push it through. He has to guess correctly. He sees somebody, he's not going to get it. Oh my god, the jumping click not there for Lear, but Neptune. Big Neps. Gonna grab it and finish it off.
6-3, and Fisher, man, Lear has been such an incredible player for them thus far in this map. I mean, just talking about individual moments where Lear is clutching up 1 or 2 key frags necessary to stall out a sight hit, but not just that, staying alive in doing so as well. Massive for the Fisher squad.
It's impressive, right? Because, like, you're highlighting how well Neptune and Paint will play around together. Neptune getting a majority of the kills, yeah, but Paint being a really good cleanup. But Lear, consistent with these multi-frags, consistent popping up where you don't want him to be.
One enemy remaining.
Just holding it down for Fisher Navy. As SJSU Blue are just crumbling right now in these early goings.
SJSU probably feeling when they came into this game as if, hey, they've got a real chance at, finding like a 2-0 here.
For sure.
And that's still true.
Still true.
Considering they're, finding such a competitive score lineup against Northwood, having success, sometimes a little bit limited, but their only losses on Breeze this season, I think, were against Northwood, and then in the, in the CVAL finals against SFU. So, I think coming into this, probably SJSU feeling confident, but right now their confidence has to be a bit shaken based on how quickly Fisher had figured them out.
Yeah, they have to stick to it, have to regroup. The ideas are there, it's just execution at this point. Shutting down Neptune, shutting down Lear. SU Blue with this Yoru pick. Khan has to step up. He is normally known as a duelist, but he himself admitted that he plays a little bit of flex as well. Has to get back into that mindset as Floric firing off the Hunter Steering will find Cade. The force of nature himself will take down another 2.
Down A.
Once again, Fisher Navy completely dusting Blue Spartans, faltering fast.
Yuri will give it their best shot, but this is SJSU a little bit interesting the way they approach this round. They just tried to pick up the pace, straight fast towards A, and make that work. Now, on the one hand, it can be a really good idea. On the other, it seems a little bit like they might be out of ideas.
Yeah, trying to go for those default plays. Classic, full aggro, full aggression, pushes. Not working out for them. Yuri gets 1. There's 2 more coming up the ramps. He has to get this, has to hold on. Caught reloading, jumping Shorty to the face. Neptune ends it with 3. Now Fisher Navy looking to push it on. Last round before the swap. JSU Blue want to get this going before the pistol round where everything resets.
One last round to pull things back just a little bit, at the very least. It's not great. 3 Guardians in the hands of Yuri, John Hamm, and K3K, but it'll have to do. That's all they've got. The Viper's Pit in their hands. Hunter's Fury as well. Not as if they are out of options.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter when Gloric will out-snipe the sniper. Taking him down. Paints with this op will put it to good use. See how much more they can get out of this. They want to get on the B site. Lear and Tuzi are in perfect position to completely stop it, and they will from both sides.
Down B.
Once again, Yuri's the last one standing for a squad. He will fall shortly unless he wants to stay alive, stay rapid. Try to play from the back area. That's not going to happen. Not going to happen at all. It's a flawless way to end that first half by Fisher Navy.
Switching sides.
So SJSU's trying something new. Like I said, this approach to the map is incredibly different from what they've been playing before. We barely even saw them try and default these rounds. Previously, the way they approached this map was default elbow, default 2 towards bottom mid, and then try and take mid control whilst John Hamm holds A main. That was typically how they approached the map. SJSU, they did that like twice, and otherwise they entirely swapped it up based around this Yoru, which unfortunately it hasn't been amazing.
Yeah.
Not that Khan's playing it poorly. I think it's more about Fisher seeming not to be bothered, not to be put into difficult scenarios by it.
They're not thrown off by the game plan at all. Like, they're treating it as, okay, it's just another Asian, whatever, cool. And SU has not really gotten any like creative moments that Yoru can, normally get off.
Spike
Khan
down.
generally falls early, and like that's one thing Fisher Navy does consistently.
Last player
Takes off the
standing.
duelist early going on. K3 Gay has not been able to get going, not been able to get those multi-man kills, those pop-offs that we saw do yesterday. John Hamm is not necessarily there to help clean up when he needs to
Spike
be.
planted.
And it's working for SDD Blue, and now it is a 1v3. Managed to get it. Okay.
Yeah, I think in general we're seeing SJSU get a little lost in the sauce. Their game plan coming into this clearly a bit different than what they practiced for the majority of this season, and that's not a problem at all. They lost to Fisher Navy on this map before, so they knew they needed to make something happen if they had any chance of winning Breeze. Unfortunately, you take a risk. Sometimes it works, other times it doesn't work so well, and in this case, SJSU finding that it's not working so effectively, particularly when you think about the fact that the Yoru is going to be great on the attack, typically not bad defensively, but it's not as important.
As we are in a bit of a tech pause to discuss it a bit more, yeah, the Khan, I'm gonna have to go back to it. Khan and Cade need to create so much pressure. They need to, make these moments breathable for the Spartans, and it's not happening. And much to the chagrin of all, it's like, who do you need to step to the plate to get things done, right? Yuri is trying, but often is the last one left alive.
The bad news right now for the Spartans is, and this is a really simplistic way of looking at it, but they are not really playing up to the individual level that we saw them yesterday, and that they need to in order to fight up against a really strong Neptune, a Clark who's going crazy, and a Lear who has been consistent in those mid rounds. I mean, when your duelist in paint is not even in the conversation, that's a good thing.
Right. Like that's literally insane. Like how much the rest of the team has been able to just be left to their own devices, stepping up and doing so much damage. The information gathering that they have with this lineup is so good. You've often seen the knives go out from Neptune, catching 3-4 people, 2-3 people. All of the sonar darts coming out as well are just so good. Lear, can't say enough about Lear. Information king, apparently.
And I'm glad you bring up information, because that's something that is so lacking when you opt into this double duelist. Now, they play the double duelist pretty often. I mentioned how Khan oftentimes will swap over to the Rainer, or I think either him or Cade, regardless. So they run this double duelist. On paper, that's not so different, but what it does makes you a lot more reliant on Team, who has to be your sole initiator.
Right, exactly. And it shouldn't be the case, like Cade gets picked off very early, unfortunately. So we can't be that entry and, cloud down, jump in, get a few shots, dash back out. It's just not happening. He unable to really get any information going as well. So now, as SJSU Blue, how do you hunker down? How do you regroup and reframe this composition to fit a narrative to bring it back up? Because you're 7 down at the half.
Well, SJSU defensive side, not bad by any means. They have some interesting ideas. When I was watching back some of their games from CVAL, they are a strong defensive side, typically, especially, and most specifically because of the way that John Hamm is able to control the A side of the map. Okay, getting a forward position, losing out in the duel, even despite getting the first shot at it. This one, not an expected round by any means, but there were some chances that, unfortunately, are not quite going their direction.
Last player standing.
Now we'll be falling. This was their save, only with pistols. We're gonna get a few more creds, maybe come back with better weaponry in their pockets. Maybe it's a different story. But yeah, the early going, just dropping immediately.
Here's the biggest issue. we have talked it to death with regard to Mizzou. Is it Fisher? They have 2 rounds towards victory. SJSU have not given themselves much wiggle room. They have to immediately, right off the gun, be jumping out and finding success on this gun route.
Absolutely. Like, they need to go for a Hail Mary play. If they don't get, 2 frags off the first 15 or so seconds of this, it gets very scary because Fisher's like, okay, cool, whatever. We'll just like choke, strangle you to death. They're literally a boa constrictor in this format.
Really interesting Viper wall that's been set up here. Cuts the side in half over at B. In the meantime, they have 3 players stacked towards the B site early days. Now, granted, part of the reason why they can do this is that their mid presence is lackluster.
Yeah.
They aren't actually fighting for that area. John Hamm just keeping an eye out on the double door and hoping that nobody's going to be finding that soft spot that's up in Sniper's Nest.
Paint holding this angle. Real hard, he thinks in, he's done, he's down. Tuzi catch out Cade. Unfortunately, not able to make anything happen. They're jumping directly onto the B site. What is the response? Kahim gets 1 as the cloud goes up. Yuri's good for 2. Will fall after. 2v3 situation. This is the first time in a long time that SJSU Blue has been in the lead. Man advantage to them. They have to be able to close this out. Lear peeking on the backside. Creeping slowly in.
Last player standing.
Volcon, massive win. That's where they needed it. SJSU, they are back for the moment.
For the moment, indeed.
Got to carry some momentum, but as we've been talking all day nonstop, first step, getting on the board, and that's what they've done after a massive run of rounds for Fisher Navy. What is this? 8 rounds in a row.
Yep. Oh, that's a scary meatball. Okay. The Spartans opting for a pretty interesting buy. Get some rifles. Guardian. Holding it down. We just need to see more out of the duelist.
On him, just as a sheriff?
Yeah, just the sheriff. Literally just it.
And 3 survived. Surprised that they couldn't get enough money to get something onto this individual, but apparently not the case. Paint finding the first success, and Neptune with the entry towards the site. It's all looking bad for SJSU. A one-man stands. It's Yuri having to clutch up once more.
We'll get seen.
Spike
Opts to
planted.
back off. All that area, all that real estate allotted to him. Fisher Navy just strike back so effectively every time. And you got to think maybe that John, wanted to save. Maybe he's like, okay, this might not be good for us. But an isolation from Yuri takes out Lear, big key player. Does not have a lot of time to work, so try to get exit frags as best he can.
Yeah, Yuri's not winning this. This is already lost. It's just, like you say, exit frags and or just survival. 12 for Fisher Navy, about to get confirmed, and Tuzi, even looking in that direction, isn't going to get a peek at Yuri, but still. Fisher, I gotta say, I'm really impressed with what they've done here, because SJSU, I mean, I guess they could have watched I don't know if they would have had any way of watching that Northwood game that happened yesterday, because it wasn't on stream.
Wasn't correct.
I don't know if it was streamed elsewhere or something, but what I do know is that if Fisher were prepping for this, SJSU haven't done anything they've done in the past.
Yeah. I mean, they've got them literally playing scared at the moment, and SJSU Blue, they want to grab some, getting 6 in a row to tie it up, force that overtime, very, very difficult. This will be the do or die time now. Han just steps in with the clone, tries to get a fakey fully going, manages to trade 1 for 1. Gets the damage done. Kahim is great from downrange, grabs 2. Looks for a 3rd, but no, Tuzi is better in that instance. But Cade on the backside, he checks 1, checks the 2nd, survives for a moment, but Korik will confirm it. Down 2v2. The Spartans trying to stay alive here in game number 1.
Split up. Are the 2 of them here? This is a must-win fight. Yuri picks it up. Paranoia They know exactly where Cloric is located, though this dark cover has given him time to maybe adjust. That recon bolt will start to give it away. Now Cloric worried about the swing from Yuri on the other side, but you got to be aware of John Hamm because he has the connection, a team ace for SJSU.
Okay, they needed to win that. I mean, they need to be, technically, they need to win every single round after this, but that definitely felt good for them. And it just came off of a really great opening. Kahim did so much good work there, creating so much distance, creating so much space, taking out the initial frag in the beginning, allowing them to get to that point. Now Fisher with the Marshall shot, setting up the best they can. They just have to win one, literally just one. But Spartans, if they're going to go down, they're going to go down fighting for sure.
Of course they are. Marshall only in hand, taking an aggressive posture up mid, and this time a lot more presence for the defense.
Wow.
Cade will win the first engage and walk away just fine. Has Kahim watching his back, the retreat.
Okay. Tuesday with a good wraparound, though. They can get trapped here in mid, potentially. Neptune does not have any idea. Cade, they need to get this frag. They need to get this. But no, Neptune, okay, almost got the jump. Will be taken care of. That was about to be disastrous for the Spartans. 5v3, potential to get things done here. Keep that ramp going. They want to push into 6. Here with the flank. Share of shots not good enough. K3K with 3Ks in this round. Tuesday hard wrap through the back over near spawn. They want to try to hit this A. They want to try to hit this A side the best they can.
Lord, not likely to find success here with
30 seconds left.
support of Tuesday, but time is running out and that dark cover isn't going to expire quick enough. That recon bolt not going where intended. It was backwards rather than forwards.
One enemy remaining.
And that will be Cade starting to pick up the pace. 3 kills, actually 4, pardon me, on that last round. And the Spartans slowly but surely starting to get a better look at what they could have been.
It's really important that Cade starts ramping up. Like, him being such a linchpin. I would say, whenever you look at the Spartans and see what they have done, right?
Yeah.
You see John Hamm just being clutch, being very the mind, the brains, and you see Cade being the arm of the law, right? And a lot of their wins, you look at that, that's generally those two sitting at the top of the
Cade
table
and
the most,
Colin,
right?
absolutely.
That's not been the case the entire first, well, hell, majority of this game. Now that they are starting to ramp up, connect, be on the same page, and just make it work. But Yuri, say, doing so well in surviving and getting some frags on the end. Not quite the case here. Down to the last 3. So 4v3 is still winnable for the squad. John Hamm actually misses. Neptune going to take care of that. Just 2 remaining. Oh my God, Khan gets it done. Pulls the other side, survives, and gets out before Payne can tag him. Has an idea of where it's at. 2v2. They need to win this 1v1. They need to win it, but it won't happen. The team will fall. Fisher Navy will stand tall. 13-6 on map number 1.
Yeah, and Fisher, picking into this map, they knew that this was something that they had a game plan for. It looked really good. The biggest issue, I think, here for the likes of SJSU is that, they tried something out. It worked pretty well up against Northwood. It didn't work as well against Fisher. And part of the difficulty is when, a new game plan doesn't work, it's hard to go back into the playbook, and I don't think they were able to do that when it came to at least their attack side, especially. But it doesn't help that some of their biggest names not quite delivering when it came to the aim duels either.
Yeah, very much the experimentation coming out from the Spartans, a little shaky. Like, we said it in Agent Select, like, okay, I can see why you would pick this. Okay.
No, it's not a bad comp.
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
let's be clear. I'm not blaming the composition.
Yeah.
I think that there's a lot of teams that play it and they make it work. We saw
It just didn't
SJSU try it and make it work for the most part against Northwood.
Yeah, against Northwood. It just didn't work against how Fisher Navy were going to play. Arguably, you can assume, that Northwood, Navy, little similar, but the way Fisher were so calculated in doing every single play they were coming for left a lot to be desired. There's another map, another chance for them to potentially bring this to the tiebreaker. That'll be on the other side of a break. We will see you soon for map number 2 in this very, very fun series.
SDD Dreamhack, fall open. It's the main event. Back to our regularly working microphones. As much as I love the podcast format,
Listen, I enjoyed getting up close and personal. All right.
yeah, it was wonderful. Wonderful time. But now we're on bind. Fisher took game number 1 in a very wonderful, wonderful fashion.
That they did, but bind is an interesting conversation. And let me explain why. You see Chloric up at the top right of your screen on the chamber. Not a lot of players going for this chamber play these days, and particularly not going for it. I just feel like it's fine on bind, but even still, there's just better options.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we have to see. We have to trust the process, I suppose. This is the second time today in this series that they're going for an interesting pick where we're like, okay, yeah, it works. It works sometimes. I would pick something else, but it does work.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise as well is that SJSU, they tend not to even play a Sentinel at all. Here.
Yeah.
I mean, they like to play this Reyna, the double duelist. I talked about how that's often something that they adjust to on feet. So considering that's same thing here.
Yep.
Interested to see how that rolls. Fisher Navy, despite what you may be seeing, your lying eyes, they are on the attack.
Right here.
Graphics, pesky graphics. Are in fact on the attack as Fisher Navy. Let's see what they get done. Lear is going to fire off a few warning shots. Feeling pretty good about himself. Paint has a wonderful angle over in pillows. Beacon to draw first blood onto Tuzi. Really good frag there. Immediately with the seconds. The Spartans needing to really hunker down, shore up this difference from game number 1.
They certainly have done just that, evacuating the area. Trailblazers to gather information, but there's nobody coming up long for the Fisher side. And so, a map that SJSU has been incredibly successful on, forcing Fisher out to the A site, where John Hamm currently located and ready to step up. Right click right into the face.
Oh my God.
As Neptune goes down.
What?
3 gone, by the way, as 3 go their way. Fisher Navy losing out.
Him saving his life right there towards the end. Over there near the Radiant boxes, making it work very, very well. All right. The Spartan striking first. Getting that pistol, all important. Gonna go for the Bulldog and Marshals. Yeah. Love to see it. Not breaking the bank too much, but still a good amount of firepower to go into here.
Yeah, and considering the Fisher not investing too much, this round probably not going to be too much in their favor. In SJSU, the way that they approach this map, I was watching, an interview that they did back for Campus Clutch, and essentially the thought process here with this Reyna, not having a Sentinel, sure, a little bit odd, but Cade just is better most of the time. So pop him on the Reyna, and it works all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yesterday on the Reyna had a wonderful game. Now seeing if he could keep that up through here. Paint's looking to take matters in his own hands. Over on the B site, nobody is there. First to the site. Look at the wraparound through spawn for SJSU Blue. Looking to catch him out the smoke. A little bit of an idea of the paint shell. He says he got to run. Con will mark down Lear. They are on the site, getting their revenge. Another one down, another one bites the dust. SJSU Blue up to 2.
The fact that Fisher got onto the site itself, though, is an impressive feat in and by their lonesome.
They weren't too worried about it.
No, certainly not. And Khan doing a great job of just stepping in to find those Marshall shots. It's encouraging that the individual prowess that was a little bit missing, I think, is already starting to seem not so much the case on Bind. This is their map pick. This is where they've found so much success. It's befitting that here's where they find some comfortability.
Absolutely. And let's see how long that success lasts and how long it can keep them pushing forward, right? We get it as Neptune immediately opens up with a 2K, gets it done. Jumping onto the site, Cade tries to go for a return on the leader, but it's not happening. Khan now has to run over, sprinting through spawn. Leader will get the plant.
Spike planted.
Khan, Yuri, last two alive, hoping to turn this 2v5 in their favor. They got to take it carefully.
Unlikely, but first contact made is Neptune. Up on top of the box, there will end up going for the kill.
Oh, wow,
Does
Lear.
not actually get the shots. Khan on this Marshall has already shown some impressive work, but pops out the paint shells as that Neptune swings. Fisher Navy guns out. First round is theirs against the bonus.
Decision making, a little bit of a boon. You know, like you think, okay, get the frag, create some more space, throw out the paint shells, do something, right? That situation, keep the gun out, transfer them right to left, do whatever you can. Come back to bite them, but it was a good effort. It shows that Khan is 100% awake. Khan is here to play. Already at the top, already has a showstopper ready here, going into this next round. Wants to do so much damage. Fisher Navy have to hold on.
That is something to note. I mean, thinking about how much that showstopper costs in the old orbs, getting it into round 3, very impressive. Khan walking forward right behind this toxic screen, and Khan's going to isolate the dual towards 2s. He's swinging off the contact. Is his teammate, and John Hamm falls. Fisher Navy, despite losing the initial engagement, come away better for it. The 4-on-3.
Okay, the numbers on the side of Fisher Navy for the moment. Let's have the orbital strike ready to rock any sort of semblance of a counterattack that SDD Blue want to try and throw. Do not blame them in that front. They want to go ahead and just fuse it, you know, attempt for this defuse, get done. What a great flash from Kahim. Nets 2 with Yuri on the other side to finish it off. Numbers don't matter to SDD Blue. It's all the gusto in the world that'll push them through.
I mean, that guiding light catches everybody. Kahim has nobody shooting back at him. Both the players backside finding nothing to see. And then catching off guard the final player inside the tube. But SJSU bailed out in that round by a phenomenal play from Kahim. That wasn't looking good for them.
Wasn't.
Fisher had nobody on B. It was a man disadvantage. The retake had to be coming in. SJSU really bailed out by that Kahim guiding light.
Okay, pushing forward now. Establishing a nice space on 2 fronts, but come on. Zig when you should have zagged, buddy. Gets dropped immediately.
I've got your trail.
Paint gonna follow it up, taking down John Hamm. Not allowing him to be there. Seekers will be out. Cade, however, wants to answer back in kind. Has an inkling, has an idea. He knows he's being aggressed on. Poking through, he gets a look. Now he knows. A little do-si-do, but unfortunately for him, he's got teammates at his back, and Fisher Navy will find him and drop him. Kahim, 1v3. Potential to make it happen. Time ticking down. He has to move a little bit faster. Sees the jumping leg of Neptune. Cannot win the mirror out. Fisher Navy answering back.
Fisher finding some footing, and with that, SJSU back under fire. It looks like SJSU are interested in getting out whatever they can afford, which is pretty substantial in fairness. The attack side set up almost exclusively towards B. They have the split towards A short with that toxic screen. Otherwise, the B side is their point of contention.
Okay, blast pack. Not exactly the way Pate wanted to do that one. Or maybe it did, you know. Artistic choice, it happens.
Yeah, I think maybe not. Giving it a good go of it. And, I mean, imagine a world where he does get in there.
Right.
That was where two players were located. Yep. So a bit of a costly mistake.
Okay, Neptune lurking through. wants to make some noise.
Cade is out in the open here, and I don't know that he's aware of Neptune's position, not aware, should be aware of the possibility, but Neptune gets the better of him, and meanwhile, the site
Smoke's down.
actually being hit is a John Hamm walking right around the corner.
Oh my
Showstopper comes
God,
through,
Khan.
and
Spike
Khan
down A.
gets it.
Okay, rips it in,
30
takes him down
seconds
immediately.
left.
Will get returned on Tuzi on the flank. Doing a great job of that. John Hamm enters, tries to go for another. Chloric will be there. Yuri has to hold it down for the squad on this A side while he's waiting for Kahim to regroup with him so they can take this effectively. Yuri's very patient, very kind, but unfortunately that snake bite will be absolutely toxic to him.
Spike planted.
Now it's a 1v1.
One enemy
Can he win it
remaining.
out? No, Kahim unable to clutch it in the end. Barely, just barely. Fisher Navy tie it up.
Him being asked to make some massive plays so early in this game, but sometimes able to make it happen, other times not so much. SJSU find themselves equalized. And ever since Fisher started the gun rounds, they've looked better and better.
Yep.
One round after another.
They're just warming up, how to get ready. Move the wrist, move the fingers a little bit. My pin, oh
You
no.
want to play? Let's play.
Okay.
Like guiding life, providing support for Khan, who's pushing through showers. Gets a lot of the information, ends up spawning one player, then falling back. But that's map control gathered in that area for SJSU.
All right, Kahim watching a very, very wonderful doorway. Spots multiple, but does not get anything for it. Payne will also collect another scout. Now Fisher Navy going to be pushing forward in to get this done.
With both the B players down, this is not even really a question of when Yuri maybe can make this come back. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Does a lot of good work, and with Khan popping in with a rifle of his own, it's Tuzi put into the clutch. Things looking good for Fisher, and turned on a dime. Both these defensive players set up on the site, watching and waiting. And finally knowing where Tuzi is located as he tries to jump right out of hookah. Khan will pick up his fourth frag.
Remember to talk
John
to
Hamm
each
is
other
crazy.
out there.
I'm not going to lie.
Win.
I mean, Khan is even crazy.
Khan is putting up numbers. And John's just like, go, my boy, have fun, fly, live your best life. And Khan at the top of it. He took game number one personally, clearly. Now, him and Yuri really want to bring this to a round 3, or map 3.
All of SJSU prepared to make contact early in this round. Paint shells for Khan. That's probably going to be pretty chunky. The paint aggression, though. Double blast back to get into lamps. Push down through hookah. Kahim gets the better of the first frag. John Hamm get another with the orbital strike, but Fisher Navy have a lot of space to walk back out towards B, and there's only one man standing in their way, and his name is Cade.
Authentic.
Okay, Cade
Fight.
online, takes down Tuzi. Wants to keep this hold that they have. Neptune sneaking through the lurch, sneaking through the mist. Him and Chloric can pounce and strike at almost any time. This B site, very, very volatile, very, very scary. Looking to make it work. Khan wrapped around, sneaks around, spins it to win it.
I think that's it.
Los Renas is going to be victorious on the side of SJSU Blue.
Starting to get back into this, and Fisher Navy forced onto an eco. These last 2 gun rounds have been fantastic for showing what SJSU have to offer. Even though that aggressive play that Paint put together didn't mean anything.
One brimstone is
Fisher
enough.
Navy, a little bit of a save going into this. Getting what they can. SJSU Blue slowing down this tempo a little bit here in this.
Let's get
Finish.
showers.
Yeah, always going back to it, but Neptune will trade this time. Very good idea. Get the flash, get the double. Unfortunately, was traded 1-for-1. The effectiveness there, just not quite as heavy. But Lear, however, that's a dirty double he wants to get. Tuesday to finish it off. Greedy for the ult orb. Will get him every time. Now it's down to Yuri, a 1v4. Has height advantage on where they are, but I don't think he wants to try and take this fight.
I mean, Fisher were on pistols. They absolutely just finding trade frags, and then Tuesday comes alive, finds some space over at A. This was supposed to be simple. SJSU falling and getting rocked. As soon as they find some space to work with and get a couple of gun rounds put together, that's when they falter. Bit of a confusing run of events there.
Yep. Fisher Navy making that comeback. One more to tie it up. Spartans need to regroup, focus to prevent that from happening here. 5-4 here on map number 2. And I mean, looking at the state of everything right now, it feels as even as it looks.
Looking and waiting, or Fisher Navy, for some of that aggression that SJSU have consistently put together, whether it be hookah, whether it be towards showers, it's been consistent, even towards short A as well. This time, though, that's not the case. SJSU, more passive, patiently waiting.
Lear over by Fountain. Will get Neptune to back him up. You see a majority of that Fisher Navy squad pushing in. The spike is still set down. They're trying to make the play first, secure it, grab, and go, right? SJSU Blue, 3 strong holding over towards A site, 2 at B. So they will be able to scout this regardless of which direction they choose to go. Drawing all the time. Now look at the pump fake. They grab it, rush it over to A site. Khan is hunting, though, just barely missing some members. Stem beacon active. Fisher Navy getting more active, getting fit orbital strike just for a warning shot. They don't even try it. Molly up in the corner. Cade will grab Chloric and dip back into the ether to stay alive for now. 5v4 situation. So much was used by Fisher Navy just to try to get to the A site. Now they have to run all the way back to B.
Yeah, but they have a early listening post, Neptune.
Oh my God,
Put into
Neptune.
position. Lear comes forward. That is going to buy them space to work back in. SJSU dealing with the Viper's pit. Now Cade has picked up one more frag.
Did he get both of them?
The Viper's pit being into position. Oh my goodness, Neptune. 1 plus 2 equals 2 kills. SJSU, Yuri left alone. This is confirmation of his position.
He's going to run right in the waiting arms. Staying alive for now. They can surround him and hunt him down if they want to. Does he want a gunfight? Yes, he will. Yuri gets it. Still has his gun out, goes for the pistol. Get it, the aim right and ready, but no. Susie beats him in the end. 5-5, all tied up.
SJSU had no business getting back in there at all.
Shorty double, like.
The chances dropping. Neptune's position just too good. Had the snake bite to cut them off. Courtesy of Tuesday. And of course, like you said, double kill on the shorty.
One thing I don't think we actually noticed there, when they threw down the Lear, when Cade was going in on that as position, throws down the Lear, Tuesday shoots the Lear, but also keeps firing, and it takes out Cade. So it was a double duty leading into the jump in double shorty, completely unraveling the plan that Spartan had thrown at them to, get that counterpunch onto the site. More stuff like that from Fisher. They're going to quickly eclipse Blue and get this 2-0.
That is potentially, especially with this round starting so well, 5-on-4. SJSU split 2 per site. Viper's pit set up at B, but even then,
oh wow,
have the ability to stack out towards A. Cade trying to make life a little bit easier for the Spartans.
Cade on his Reyna. Quite the clutch player when he needs to be.
A-site overran by the Falcons, but
oh wow,
Cade can't do a thing about it.
30 seconds left.
Here's that rotation mentioned. Two players still
Spike
run
planted.
towards the B site, but this is
They're
where
separated.
that Sentinel can have so much impact. Chamber knowledge of the Kahim flank upcoming.
No.
So blind. Fury, not a chance in hell he gets there.
Yep, now 1v4 for Kahim, not going to have it happen. Fisher pull ahead. They were just so split on the map. I kind of like the idea, you know, hit from both sides, but you're the last two alive. Y'all got to make sure you're linked up perfectly. And multiple times through this, we have seen Yuri get collapsed on by multiple members at the same time. He's never able to like get these isolated events, and when he is, he doesn't exactly win those either. So it's just a double dose of bad in that case because they know to swing on Yuri. It's like, oh, if we have an idea of where he's going to be, swing on this fool, take him out of the equation. Here we are, last round before the half. Spartans, SJSU Blue, they want to tie it up, brings the 6-6, and Fisher Navy want to be comfy ahead with a 2-round lead. And this is how it starts right here. Chloric gets the sight. Maybe saw the hand of Yuri, but not going to confirm the kill.
This last round as well, SJSU, they'd love to see it tied up, but Fisher in the gun rounds, it's just looked so consistent. Even when they are losing, they seem to have a good chance of survival, of finding success. Clark trying to rendezvous away, getting a shot off, but isn't given any of those opportunities as we pass the 1 minute mark. They'll evacuate the B area, not even investing into hookah. It's back to short, and the spike is a little bit of a lagging indicator, but we'll join them soon.
Oh, no.
The toxic screen goes down, and it's 3 for John Hamm to contend with. He goes, and then quickly the sight with him.
Absolute surprise for him. You know, if he was aiming correctly, that would have been some confirmed kills. Cade, though, will return it. Grab a supreme frag. So now, pushing forward, 4v4. What can SASU do here to make sure this is theirs? They're on B site. There is no fake. There is no return to pump over to A and try and get that done. It's going to be a trade back. 3v3 now. Spike is down. They have to make a decision. They have to move fast. Everybody's cornered around here in the showers. They're pushing through. Cade tries to get the defuse. It's all up to him, and he cannot get it done. Lear will be perfect with the aim, perfect with the pressure, and allowing Fisher Navy to push ahead by 2 at the half.
It might be a tight victory on that half, but considering that SJSU picked up the pistol round, they found the start that they were looking for and couldn't turn it into anything further than just 5 rounds is a little bit concerning. The 4-round run of form from Fisher to the back end of the half as they swap over to the defensive side.
Now, I want to say the Spartans will be a little bit more comfortable going through the attack motions, but the way Fisher is playing, they're so adaptable. They're just so malleable. They're able to switch on a dime, right? So the retakes, I'm really scared for the Spartans on, especially with how Lear has been playing just today. Like, you least expect him, and then he pops up, grabs 2 frags, and it keeps going. It's going to be something they need to silence if they're going to get this map won.
Looking to overwhelm the A site are SJSU. Meanwhile, John Hamm taking fights on the push through hookah. Fisher Navy. It's 3-on-3, but Bonzo very close by. Spray almost getting there.
Oh, wow, okay.
Nice work. Walking around the corner. Overheal there, not even necessary, really.
Launching smoke.
Hey, Lear says smoke him if you got him. I'm going to go ahead and drop that. Go for the defuse. Through the smoke. The guessing games are great. And Cade managing to pull it off, get a team-wide ace for SJSU Blue.
That'll do it. 2 pistol rounds for SJSU over this map. But if I'm recalling correctly, Fisher Navy, they looked really good, even in their pistol, their anti-eco. It was a bit dangerous. Cut down, I think, to a 1-on-2 at that point.
Yeah, it got down to the wire, absolutely. But being able to clutch it out, very, very nice. Now SJSU Blue going to tie it up once again. Push ahead. Chloric going to gain a lot of info from the rendezvous. Call towards B has been made. They're going to hard commit onto it. They're going through the doorways of danger. The Viper Wall perfectly placed right there. Pausing for just a moment. Call is made to pull back. Reroute, try something else.
Regular trying to go back for more, and the Headhunter doesn't quite find any marks.
Wow.
Last player standing.
Do some good damage, and this is quick cleanup for SJSU. Nothing to write home about, but a lot cleaner than we saw previously.
Yes.
Mr. Navy
Spike planted.
left with Neptune all on his lonesome. SJSU know they have to be careful about being, over aggressive, like being caught off guard, and in a round like this, sticking together is a good game plan. They do that, and it is precisely what they needed.
Okay, Neptune is going to wait it down, try to survive for as long as he can. Not to give over any money for a kill for the Spartans. And I mean, yeah, they're doing a good job. They're stepping up. I was a little worried switching over into this that it wouldn't go so well, that they would stumble like they had been previously. Fisher Navy not able to stop them in these first two. It's only the first two in the pistol, but it is back to tied.
The game plan for SJSU needs to be a good one, trying to catch off guard whatever Fisher are thinking they're going to be heading towards. Fisher monstering, though, into what looks like a pretty standard setup on the defensive side. It's SJSU that are grouped up, playing together. Going to fight aggressively for showers, much like they did on their own defense.
Okay. The aggression has been called. We're going straight back into the A site. Now, everybody, the meeting of the minds, look at the wraparound. You still have two from Fisher Navy sitting over at B. The commit has not been made towards A, but heavy consideration. Neptune wants to gather a bit more info, send out the Dogs of War. We'll see nothing off of that.
Spike down.
Paint just barely surviving after 1-1 hit him. Lear popping back in to pop off Khan.
Barely surviving is just fine. We have the overgrowth available to you. Get that health, at least the majority of it.
Oh, wow.
Put back up to full. SJSU, it's cost them so much just to get into this position, and even then, they still can't find success. Paint lining them up with the Phantom in hand.
They literally lined up for him. They made it so easy for Paint to grab those. Spell disaster for SJSU Blue. As soon as they tie it up, they lose the next one. Have to get it together, have to get the connection to be able to bring it to this map 3. Fisher Navy really trying to make this a 2-0 on the day. Holding strong, holding hard.
The best, though, not quite enough just yet.
Yeah, absolutely not. They don't have a fight left. Not a lot of bark left in these bogs. Fisher Navy got the fans raging in front as well. Here at Dreamhack Atlanta. Once again, shout out Samsung, SSD for allowing us to do this as well. Any CC. We are pushing on. 7-8.
Lear.
Oh my God, Lear. Oh my God, Lear.
Chloric as well in this chamber. This is exactly where it's so successful. Able to take shots and then rendezvous away. John Hamm catching Lear inside of the TP, but it's still not good news for SJSU. They are doing their best to work their way back in, but they've lost a lot of the space that they had previously. Fisher, they're pushed all the way through A. Knowledge gained about where these players are located, and Chloric and Tuzi setting up for a crossfire.
Okay. 2v3. Chloric in a perfect position to rain on somebody's parade. But Kahim says, shut up, boy, I got you, and gets the dirty double. Last one standing. Not even going to be close. The plant will go down. Now they just have to hold.
Those Seekers really giving the confirmation of where this final member is located. Guiding Light doesn't connect,
Oh,
and John Hamm does. SJSU, one round loss, one round game.
Let's leave
Back
whatever
to the tie
happens
game.
in the past.
I told you, man, he's so good. So good in those scenarios. Haven't been the best on the day, but whenever he's able to, you know, get those refrags, get those lurks, you know, it just spells so much more success for SJSU. And I'm just in awe of this team calling in for it, making it work. Fisher Navy making them work for it 100%. But the Spartans are fighting to their literal last breath.
Yeah, Kaheem doing so much heavy lifting with the utility usage. You know, Guiding Light and the Trailblazer both just perfectly placed. Floric couldn't do it. Got away with it as well. What an adjustment for Floric. He's got to find another. No, Tuesday seals it away. As Kaheem comes up from long. The Fisher Navy, they're saving the day. Tuesday blind, couldn't see a thing, but still comes away with the frag. John Hamm, he's left alone, and I don't know how much he's got left.
Only has, well, no, doesn't have it left at all. I was going to say maybe one more in the tank to make it happen, but will be a defender win. Fisher Navy pushing ahead once again on this map. That was very frantic, very, very frantic play on both sides. And it's been close, and then it's pulled ahead, but it's been close, then it's been pulled ahead. Gotta break the monotony of these back and forth rounds. We saw it happen to Mizzou, and they wound up getting eliminated. SJSU Blue are on the verge of the same scenario if they don't shape up soon.
Fisher getting away with some outrageous maneuvering in that last round.
That orbital strike is all right.
2 feet. Trying to take that snake bite and then fall
Shut
back.
up.
Clark will get the tour de force out and has the ability to rendezvous away.
One enemy
It's still an even scenario until Neptune comes through the border and gets them both down and out. SJSU down by 2.
You mean to tell me he's gonna walk through the port, open door, say hello, boys, grab a double, and in SJSU's dreams of that comeback right there? Like, how you don't even get to check for that, you know? Like, that's just anticipation at that moment. But yeah, Neptune, we've praised so much this series, showing why he's deserving of such praise with plays like that. Fisher Navy, first to double digits at the 10 mark.
Absolutely. Time starting to tick down for the SJSU comeback squad. They made their way back to an even scenario, but Fisher now have enough to paint. Will find the showstopper frag, cutting them off with the orbital strike as well. To get back in and out in paint, though he goes down. Neptune is not done.
Last player standing.
Communicating 1, 2, and 3 frags directly into the Spartans.
All right, John, 1v3 again.
Launching smoke.
This time has the incendiary to work with. The ability for a comeback, believable on the table. Just has to play this perfectly. Fisher don't have him pinched in. He has options to make this work. But it's gonna take a lot of patience to work to pay off.
And just a good double up right here. Don't need a crossfire as long as you can keep it together, and they will do just that. Fisher up to 11, and SJSU, their upper bracket run is under threat.
yeah, it is. Couldn't check with the Molly. Would have preferred that, get in that corridor. Try to go on instincts, gets one, but the pop in for the second will be good. Fisher Navy at 11 right now. 2 more, and it's all but done for SJSU Blue. I mean, yeah, they'll put them down lower bracket. It's a thing, cool. But they don't want to have to do that. They want that security of the top spot going into tomorrow. They don't even want to give it a chance. The Fisher Navy, they want to close the door on this story right here, right now.
Need 2 more rounds to do just that. SJSU with somewhat limited weaponry, but we've seen them work with even less and have success. bigger issue is Cloric and the operator. Coming into this next angle, Lear comes out, but easily taken down. Tuzi is playing defense for that op. Cloud Smoke going up in position. And it cuts things off for the moment. These bits of utility have been so perfect.
Oh, no.
It's found its way through. Everything going right here for Fisher Navy.
Game.
Last player standing.
Has been there to save the day. This time, his saving days are over. It's John Hamm
Once
who
again.
is there to deliver.
He doesn't get
Stinger isn't fast enough.
Oh my goodness. That was chaotic. That was raucous.
Match
But
point.
Fisher Navy come out on top, putting it at match and series points. It's a very, very scary situation for SJSU Blue. They do have a wealth of firepower in their pocket in the form of 3 ultimates and some good guns to make it work. But Fisher Navy, they get that set up as we've seen multiple times before. If they get that net ready and primed, they will catch the Spartans slipping each and every time.
The hard part is that orbital strike is really the only thing that will allow SJSU to gather some space to get onto a site. Everything else, with the exception of the Empress, maybe, is more about individuals or
Yes.
in the post plant, one of those two.
Okay. A lot of action towards the A side. You're stepping into some danger, and their name is K3K. Gets 1, but immediately returned. Gets 2. It's good. SJSU with the numbers game, putting it 3v1 situation. Tuzi don't even know what's going on. Your entire squad is just falling on the other side of the map. You want to keep it alive. Push it to 9. Yuri watching dutifully. Hard ask of Tuzi for Fisher Navy.
As unlikely as it may be, Tuzi always a chance in these. But, I mean, really intelligent play there from Yuri. Once they get the confirmation of where Tuzi is located, where he's coming from, they just disengage. Going to fall back and play it more together. The right thing to do.
No! Oh my God, I was Tuzi. How does he win those? But it turns into a team ace, nonetheless, for SJSU Blue, keeping their hopes alive. Putting it at 9 now.
How's that for a play?
Still map point, still tournament point for Fisher Navy to move on, to secure their spot in the top 3 rather, for tomorrow. SJSU Blue need to fight a bit more. Looking at the buys coming in, light armors and light rifles for Fisher. SJSU Blue, these Spartans, poised to do just that. Keep on going.
Considering that Fisher's economy now somewhat broken, they have some, on paper, some space to work with. Fisher have not been letting up, no matter what their weaponry is throughout this map, though. And Lear showing just that. Stinger, quick and simple. He's stuck inside the teleporter, but oh my goodness, Clark doesn't even get a chance to play the game.
All right, John Hamm taking things matters into his own hands, making it work. K3K evening it up. Tuzi, though, wins those. Now managing to put SJSU under their last 2. Fisher Navy want to close it out. SJSU Blue, they gotta stay alive. They gotta stay alive. Kahim has been very clutch multiple times over in this series. Him and John, the great 2 for the job.
1 enemy remaining.
Lackluster with the weaponry, now up to just 1.
Last player
Tuzi
standing.
hits an incredible shot, but John Hamm to the edge of the tube will clutch that up on 20
No more
HP.
doubts.
Absolutely
Ready.
scary. If you were holding your breath as a Spartans fan, I'm going to make a little bit of a sigh for now. Double digits. Need to win 2 more to force this overtime. We know they are very deadly to get to that point. They need this to stay alive. Map 3 on the horizon for SJSU Blue.
Lots of Oaks Buffs today, and this is no different.
Yep. Okay, a little bit of a time. Just breathing in. Fisher Navy, how do you close this out?
Right
What do
here.
you do? Sit Lear in a corner and watch him work. Managed to trade 1 for 1, but that's enough damage done to break that initial move from SJSU Blue, or so I say, as Yuri says, no, boys, we are not dying just now. We still have some life left in us. Hit goes down to ensure this.
The plant is there, all secured up.
I mean, there is some space to work with. Tuzi already in and through the Lamps position. Going to isolate the first duel. That Phantom put to work. Shots fired and connected. Snakebite not quite going where it was intended. The second one a little bit better placed. Gotta wait. These last individuals coming in, but with Cade taking Tuzi out, Floric, who was only there for the hopes and the support from the heavens, falling back, falling away.
All right, falling all the way back to spawn. Gonna go ahead, save that op, save that expensive rifle. One more to put us to overtime, or one more to get the 2-0. This round is so important, so incredible.
Fisher have had now 3 chances, and this will be their final one, at least in regulation.
Yep.
Mostly a solid buy. They've got Lear on the judge, and honestly, on this map, it might be better than the Phantom.
Okay, Floric still sticking with the op. Very dangerous in the hands of that man.
And he's looking out where 3 players for SJSU are coming from. It's the rendezvous, away and surviving. Fight once more. Lear now under pressure. He's got multiple angles to contend with. Doesn't know that the site has not been overrun yet, but he knows the threat is there.
Yep, saving his orbital strike for when it needs to be called. That is going to be a major key here in this round. Showstopper also available.
Look at how far forward we've seen Fisher Navy.
Yeah. Able to stop this before it starts. The game, of course. Send out the dogs, send out the birds, get some sort of information. Can't really find anything off of that. Fisher doing a good job of hiding. Here comes the orbital strike. It's going to cause a lot of disarray and a lot of crazy moments. Khan has the Showstopper plundered ready. He doesn't know, but where's he going to send it through? Not going to land anything. Had he sent it to the left, that would have been amazing. The Molly does land as well. He will get the plants off. It is all up to Neptune to stop this push, and he gets taken down. He is done. Khan holding the angle. 2 left alive for Fisher versus the 4 of SJSU Blue. Khan gets caught out. Cloric from the backline gets it, but the attackers will win. SJSU Blue, the Spartans, send us to an overtime.
Doing it all the way from behind, SJSU. They keep impressing everybody here in DreamHack Atlanta, and they do it once again. 4 rounds to push this to extra innings, and we are here. Still, danger for the Spartans as they are by no means up a map. They're down 1, and they've yet to find a map point of their own, this being their pick.
Woo! Vincent. It's been a long, arduous journey, a long, despicable game for your blood pressure. If you are a fan, a parent of any of these college students in this game, just need a few more rounds to close it out for either squad. 1 for 2-0, 1 to force us to a map 3.
Great shoulder peek there, Neptune. Not only forcing out the shot, but that's information gathered. Massive, to say the least.
Yep. Okay, how do we do it? What is the initiative here? Man.
Regroup for Fisher Navy as they take stock of the situation, know at least where the operator was initially. Of course, that can be adjusted. Cade has done so. Up towards short. This toxic screen always available to make life difficult for the likes of the A players. Be caught on the rotation. Khan, 1-for-1 trade. Now Cade got to play close range and an instant pre-fire. Doesn't connect, but John Hand certainly does. 1-2, and then the Molly to make the third happen.
Okay, Payne, the last alive. Not long for the world on 15 HP. We'll do it. SJSU. 1 more, baby. Give them 1 more. They're trying to get this map 3 done. Trying to keep them in this upper bracket.
They want Lotus, and they want it
They
bad.
want it badly.
First time that SJSU this series has a map point for their cells. And it's been a real team effort for the Spartans.
I mean, you look at the timeline, right? Like, how back and forth it was at the start, and then the long stretches of continuous rounds for each team, all culminating to this overtime. Absolute great gameplay from the Spartans. The duelists are dueling.
This is not over yet. Keeping in mind that they are on the defensive side now. Launch straight through that smoke. Cade there for support. Neptune. He's going to bring it back. At the very least, the burst is clear over in Lamps. He's delivering as well. It looks so good for SJSU, but now Fisher Navy have the basis to work from.
The doorway's so dangerous every single time on an attacking side team. You have to be wary of everything coming out to you from 3 different viewpoints. The Spartans will falter and fall, losing 3. Navy just need to close out 2 more to continually get this overtime going. So now the pause button has been pushed by the Spartans. John Hamm and Kahim want to push this forward, want to secure this. But they have to do it cautiously.
They are just triple stacked today. Many teams would try and split this, but they're sticking together. They know the numbers are at their advantage, and all they have to do is play correctly from that point on. Lear has confirmed another frag. He'll get 4 to close that round. Yeah, the orbital strike as well. Crazy for Fisher Navy as they push us to a second overtime.
Okay. Ball's in your court, Fisher. You want to in this now, not allow the Spartans to recover. This is your time to do it. This is the definitive moment. They've held on for this long, and they don't want to push them any further.
Spread out. Fisher putting some presence everywhere. Showers control being fought for. At the same time, SJSU taking support position of their own. Kahim needs to get a trade. Floric around the corner just in time. So Fisher out with their life, though. Elsewhere, that shower push not so successful.
This is so scary, nerve-wracking. Even just losing 1 member makes these overtimes so much more cautionary as each team, but you cannot play afraid, you cannot play scared. You have to keep sticking to your game plan or whatever multiple plans you have made for each map. Fisher Navy dropping the pace significantly, almost to a crawl at this point. Looking to wrap around the B site. It is only Kahim that is there, only Kahim that is there. Everyone else on the Spartan side is over at the A site. This is not necessarily uncontested, but it is not fortified. And that is exactly what Navy wants.
The site itself certainly uncontested. The hookah area, that
30 seconds left.
is where the biggest issue does lie. Fisher, not even going to get the plant down. Molly comes in. Once again, they know about Kahim's position, but Kahim will get the shot. Only 15 seconds remain. Kahim guiding light. He's done it once again.
They're stalling.
To be played. Another potential round on the board. If they can't make this happen, Fisher, they're out of time. They're out of players, and it's all over for them. Mid shots don't matter unless, okay, all good for SJSU. Kahim, the hero that the Spartans needed.
The overtime is still going strong, baby. The Spartans want to keep their hopes alive for a map number 3. Fisher Navy unable to close it out. The approach was there, but the inability to get the spike planted when they got to the B site, disaster after disaster, because from that moment on, they were unable to recoup, unable to fix the holes in the ship, and it just sunk right there, courtesy of a timer.
You gotta wonder, you know, it seemed as if Lear was iffy about whether the site was clear. If he had that information, why not, you know, toss the sky swoop down or something like that, but it doesn't happen.
Okay. Immediately off the bat, Lear with 1, Lear with 2. He wants it back on the winning side for Fisher. That's the man to do it. We know he's been absolutely insane all series long, numbers-wise. but he has to finish it off, cap this off. SJSU Blue make a beeline run for B site. Only Cloric is there to sound the alarm.
Once again, from a man disadvantage. SJSU have really snuck onto this site. Cloric is ready and waiting with a rendezvous to get out after his first frag. Massive moment. And it's left to the 2v5. John Hamm gets tacked down. Big damage done. The overgrowth will keep him healthy enough to take another fight. Sands the armor. No shielding left in their back pocket. And the post plant, difficult at best.
Okay, 4v2. We've seen a few of those go the wrong way before, early on in the day.
Last
He
player
and John Hamm, the last one's alive, trying to keep it there, but no, not gonna happen. Fisher says, give me back the ball. It's my turn to run with it. Defenders win. Overtime, we're keeping going. This is the third run,
Switching
back.
sides.
That's right.
We're
Overtime.
doing it again.
Overtimes, we're still rolling strong with Fisher Navy. Neither time able to find their advantage. The issue is that it's a bit of a problem today for everybody, I guess. Closing out these games is a incredibly tough task.
Yeah, I mean, and that just is, it's one of the things like we are in the collegiate space that, tier 2, tier 3, whatever you want to hover in that medium, in that middle. A lot of teams have really good fundamentals, a lot of really cool ideas, but their ability to cap off games has been lacking across the board. Fisher Navy want to break that right now, and it starts with Cloric getting that frag.
Getting that advantage, getting the chance to actually close it. They had so many in regulation, and Lear is really trying to stop this from going to another OT.
Okay.
Remember, this is still SJSU on tournament point.
Yeah.
I mean, if Fisher walk away with this map, it's over for the Spartans.
Absolutely, absolutely. Paint holding on to the single so heavily. Tuzi looking to wrap around. You see him running through spawn. The rest of the squad for Fisher is pushing up. 50 seconds left. Kahim has been hiding and holding, not budging an inch to make this happen though. Ruma though, that will give him some ideas as he gets 1, 2, almost 3. Spike carriers down. Ooh, it's quickly recovered. 2v3, the wall is up. The defense line is set. You see him in the corner. They know Yuri is there. They have to finish this off. 30 seconds left.
They have an idea. Paint Shell's a little bit aggressive. Yuri, he's there to deliver that
Spike carrier.
and he's gonna get
Another one.
fight off. Yuri again delivering. Him and Kahim are making this so incredibly close.
Up the con.
Can deliver. He's in the back of the site, and it does
13
seem that
seconds.
Cloric has the
10
idea.
seconds.
He's looking,
doesn't
he's
see him.
watching, and Cloric is there. Oh my goodness, Fisher Navy, they get another chance to close
Switching
this out.
sides. Match point.
Vincent, I am losing my absolute mind right now. We only had 2 games today, but they've already gone longer than any game we had yesterday. Fisher Navy and SJSU Spartans have been putting on an absolute show for everyone. But can they close it out here?
Indeed. SJSU want that spot in the grands, but Fisher, they're putting up a hell of a fight.
This is insane.
Now 1 round away from sending them down to the lowers and 1 round away from confirming their own position.
This defense has to be absolutely perfect. Cloric cannot afford to drop like that. First blood has been drawn, and it is Khan to do so. He's been putting up numbers in this game alone for the Spartans. Have to continue to do so. Tuzi will be spotted, is vulnerable. Will be pushing away, hiding in the tube. Now, the recall has been called. Wrapping over to A. Only one over there appears to be Neptune.
How many times has Neptune just been able to walk all the way forward through showers and or short and get all this info? It's crazy.
Wow.
This is what not having a Sentinel does allow. They're equalizing this
TP.
4-on-4, and now Neptune has the information. He is in such a perfect spot to go for this flank.
Oh my god, the TP. Okay, the call's been made. They're wrapping through spawn, running, but Neptune on the flank here. You're right, has a position to make the perfect play. They can get there in time. Vandal is ready.
Spike
Oh, but
planted.
they planned on the other side. They didn't know that Neptune is located here.
Here gets another on the backside.
Showstopper
Standing.
gets one, but is immediately traded, and that's it. That is done. Neptune coming up clutch. Paint staying alive. The defuse is good. Fisher is great. They get the 2-0. Spartans fall into lower bracket.
Fisher Navy doing it in 2. Oh my goodness. And you know what? SJSU, they made the comeback. They pushed it to triple overtime. Unfortunately for them, it was not enough. Fisher, they came out ready to play, and they honestly came in as the favorites, and they walk away showing exactly why.
Holy cow. Okay. What a map. What a series. We only had 2 today. Come back tomorrow. There will be tons more. Wrapping up the final day. Speaking of wrapping up, we got to wrap it up here. We're on a little bit of a time over here. But I've been Beautiful Crow. It's been Vincent. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Come back tomorrow as we cap off this amazing event. This has been the Samsung SSD Dreamhack Fall Open, the main event. One more day. I'll see you tomorrow, bright and early.